30 p.m. A broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in partnership with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. In the order paper this afternoon, the leader of the majority party will be moving a procedural motion. This procedural motion pertains the resolution to hold a Thursday morning sitting that, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders number 30, subsection 3C, the House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 2nd of May, the year being 2024, commencing at 9:30 a.m. And this Thursday morning sitting is for the purposes of considering priority business ahead of the long recess. Our dear viewers, is that pursuant to the calendar of the House, the National Assembly is set to commence a 1 month lined up for consideration by the House this afternoon is in regards to the establishment of a priority boarding protocol for the Kenya Defence Forces and the Kenya Special Forces personnel on local airlines. This is a motion spearheaded by Honorable Captain Rueda Obo, seeking to have establishment of a priority boarding school for Kenya Defence Forces and the Kenya Special Forces personnel on local airlines. In this particular motion, Captain Rueda seeks to have the House urge the national government through the Ministry of Roads and Transport to encourage local airlines to establish a priority boarding protocol for the Kenya Defence and Kenya Special Forces personnel, which grants them the privilege to board local aircrafts before the general public. The Committee of the Whole House is scheduled to consider two bills. Among them is a County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, a bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 9 of the year 2022. This bill on County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill is by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The other bill lined up for consideration under the Committee of the Whole is a bill by the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, Bill number 10 of the year 2024. This afternoon, we expect the National Assembly to resume debate on the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. This is Bill number 67 of the year 2023 by the leader of the majority party. And another bill for consideration this afternoon is in regards to the Land Laws Amendment Bill number 2, National Assembly Bills number 76 of the year 2023 by the leader of the majority party. Pursuant to Standing Orders of the House, Standing Orders number 44, subsection 2C, members of Parliament will be requesting for statements. Honorable Miriam Keitani, member for Aldai, will be requesting for a statement on the delay of the Maendeleo ya Wanawake elections. Honorable Gideon Muliongi, member for Mwingi Central, will be seeking a statement in regards to circumstances surrounding the death of a specified person. These particular statements will be forwarded to the relevant departmental committee, and the committee in this case is the Committee on Matters Administration and Internal Security. The business of the National Assembly is just about to commence as the Speaker's procession has already made its way into the chamber this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in partnership with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetuwa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, can you ring the quorum bell?
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes, and this particular directive is guided by the House standing orders that guides the Speaker when the House is sitting. And as we await for signals from the chamber that that number has been attained, according to the standing orders of the House, at least 50 members are required to be seated in the chamber at any particular time when the House is sitting. And as we await for that number to be attained, allow me to take you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon pertaining the agenda for consideration by members of the National Assembly, where apart from the Land Laws Amendment Bill number 2 of the National Assembly, Bill number 76 of the year 2023, the House is also set to consider a motion. This motion is the report of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 9 constituencies in Bungoma County. Equally, lined up for consideration is a motion on the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of specified state corporations for the year ended 2017-2018, and then 2020 to 2021, as well as 2012 to 2023 and 2013 and 2024. These corporations, among them Kenya Medical Training College, Kenyatta University, and Kenya Medical Research Institute. The House has raised the quorum. Allow me to hand you over so you can follow up on the proceedings coming from the chamber this afternoon. Enjoy your viewing.
Members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, majority whip. Order, honorable members. Take your seats. Baba Wino. You are hardly ever here, and when you come in, there's a commotion. Take your seat. Honourable members, I have a few communications to make. The first one is about the annual National Prayer Breakfast. As you know, we are taking a recess this week, and the prayer breakfast will be within the recess period. Honourable members, as you are aware, the annual National Prayer Breakfast is held every last Thursday of the month of May. In this regard, the 2024 Kenya National Assembly Prayer Breakfast is scheduled to take place on Thursday, 30th May 2024 at the Safari Park Hotel, Nairobi. The prayer breakfast will be held under the theme, Hope. Honourable members, the prayer breakfast is an interdenominational prayer meeting organized by members of parliament and includes various leaders from across the country and beyond. In order to facilitate attendance to the 2024 annual prayer breakfast, members are requested to pick their invitation cards to the event at the main reception. You may contact the chairperson of the prayer breakfast group, the member for Aina Moi, Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, CBS MP, for any further clarification. Additionally, honorable members, the First Lady of Kenya shall host the Women Convocation on Wednesday, 29th May 2024 at State House from 10 a.m. All women members of parliament are invited to the convocation. Final, honorable members, the National Conversation 2024 shall be held on Wednesday, 29th May 2024 at Safari Park Hotel from 1 p.m. The house is accordingly guided. I thank you. Members at the bar, take your seats, the nearest seats. Honorable Mandazi, what is your idea of the nearest seat? Honorable members, the second communication is an invitation to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund 20 years anniversary celebration. Honorable members, as you are aware, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NGCDF, was established in 2003 under the NGCDF Act 2015 with an objective to supplement infrastructure development at the constituency level in matters falling within the exclusive functions of the National Assembly. Actually, the 2015 is the amendment of the original bill, Act. Honorable members, the fund commenced operations in April 2004. Over the years, the fund has been instrumental in enabling grassroots development, including construction of schools as well as providing bursaries to needy students. Honorable members, in recognition of the enormous achievements of the fund as demonstrated by a substantial transformation across the country, the board has organized series of events highlighting the tremendous impact of NGCDF. The events will culminate in a national celebration to be observed on Friday, 3rd May 2024 at Safari Park Hotel, Nairobi. The ceremony will be presided over by His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. In view of the role of Parliament and members of Parliament specifically in the conceptualization, marshalling of legislation and oversight of the fund, the NGCDF board has extended an invitation to all honorable members to the celebration on Friday, 3rd May 2024 at 9 a.m. All guests are expected to be seated by 8:30 a.m. Thank you. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, the third communication is on the referral of the draft Affordable Housing Regulations 2024 to the Committee on Delegated Legislation. Honorable members, the communication relates to the regulations which have just been laid by the leader of the majority party. Section 59(3) of the Affordable Housing Act 2024 provides that the Cabinet Secretary shall table before Parliament the regulations made under this section within 30 days of commencement of the Act. In this regard, and as part of the processing of the envisaged regulations, the Minister of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development submitted to the National Assembly the draft Affordable Housing Regulations 2024 on Friday, 26 April 2024. I hasten to note that the Ministry has had engagements with various stakeholders on the draft regulations as part of public participation in line with the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A. Honorable members, noting the centrality of the regulations to the full implementation of the Affordable Housing Program and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 210-2, I hereby refer the draft Affordable Housing Regulations 2024 to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for consideration. Honorable members, while appreciating the matters of affordable housing concern county governments in accordance with Article 110 of the Constitution, I direct the committee to sit jointly with the Senate Committee on Delegated Legislation to consider the draft regulations. I further direct the clerk to facilitate the committee in undertaking public participation activities on the draft regulations. The House accordingly guided. Honorable members, that communication relates to an event that is just about to happen. So we will consider the communication as having been made after the laying, because the laying will come soon hereafter. I noticed that anomaly. Take your seat, honorable member.
Later, flooding.
Yeah.
There's a communication about flooding.
Why can't we do the preliminaries? Then
Yes. Let's do preliminaries.
Honorable members, the next communication is a bit lengthy. So I will finish up with the preliminaries before I come to that communication. So let's go to the next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April 30th, 2024. Honorable Speaker, now I lay the draft Affordable Housing Regulations 2024 from the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. So
The clerk will edit the Hansard accordingly to reflect that you laid the documents before the communication.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. So secondly, the draft Water Sector Trust Fund Projects Funding Criteria 2023 from the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Third, sessional paper number 3 of 2023 on Kenya policy on public participation to Parliament from the Office of the Attorney General. 4, the financial year 2024-2025 budget estimates from the judiciary and the following accompanying documents. 1, itemized recurrent and development budget for both vote 2061 and 9011. financial year 2024 2025 dash 2026-2027 medium-term expenditure framework (MTF) sector report, and C, financial year 2024-2025 to 2026-2027 program-based budget (PBP) report. 5, budget estimates and the medium term of Judiciary Service Commission vote 2051 for the financial year 2024-2025 and the Judiciary Service Commission subsector report financial year 2024-2025 to 2026-2027 from the Judicial Service Commission. 6, the Judiciary Service Tribunal to inquire into the conduct of Justice Mohammed Nur Kulo, Rules of Procedure 2024. 7, estimates of recurrent and development expenditure of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honorable members, this concerns Parliament. Estimates of recurrent and development expenditure of the Parliamentary Service Commission for the year ending 30th June 2025 and projections for 2025-2026 to 2027. 8, report of the Auditor General and financial statements on Agricultural Development Corporation for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Chairperson, African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption.
Thank you,
Shakir.
Honorable Speaker, sir. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 30th April 2024. The 2024 to 2028 Strategic Plan for the African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption, Kenya, APNA, Kenya. Sir.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 30th April 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, MLI. I beg to lay.
Yes. Yes, Owen Bayer.
Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence on this, Honorable Speaker, that you know today is the last day for laying the financial estimates for the national government, but as we were going to lay, we didn't have them at this particular time, and they're supposed to be laid before 5 p.m. today. So I beg your indulgence.
Whenever you are ready,
as soon as we are ready, we will lay. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Once you are ready, alert the chair.
Oh, thank you.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. McClap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give notice of motion on consideration of the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty and related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, MLI. Honorable Speaker, I beg to keep notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 30th April 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Multilateral Convention to implement a tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, subject to reservations on Article 5, application of methods for elimination of double taxation and Article 16 on mutual agreement procedure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kipkelion East, Joseph Kimtai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because of the opportunity you have given me. This concerns the adjournment of the House on a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the ongoing floods, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33(1)C, I rise to seek leave for the adjournment of the House for the purpose of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the ongoing floods and other attendant inconveniences related thereto as experienced across the country, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, the March-May long rains started sometimes in mid-March. And since then, the country has experienced weeks of heavy rain and devastating flash floods, which has led to the loss of lives, loss of business, destruction of property, and disruption of national activities, Mr. Speaker. Just to mention a few. In one unfortunate incident, Mr. Speaker, the old Kijabe Dam in Kamushiri village experienced a dam failure owing to structural failure characterized by sudden, rapid, and uncontrolled release of impounded water, which led to deaths of over 50 persons and 100 plus hospitalized as at now, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, opening of schools has also been halted due to the uncertainty on the safety of the children and the teachers, as well as the unfortunate conditions on some of the schools, Mr. Speaker. In addition, there has been loss of livelihood and business, and this has also exacerbated the already worse economic situation and led to immense and immeasurable suffering of Kenyans, and mostly the small traders, Mr. Speaker. The unprecedented events of the floods have also led to the closure of roads and highways, impacting the road connection network, and has likely to affect the secluded areas due to increased prices of basic needs as a result of shortage of supplies, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view of exploring possible solutions in order to advise the responsible key players, stakeholders, and the country at large, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Do you have the requisite number supporting you?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking them to rise, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The motion, for those who are not listening, is to adjourn. Order. Order. For those who are not listening, the motion is to adjourn the House to discuss the raging floods in the country. The support is overwhelming. A member for Kipkelion, I also want to advise you that after I received and approved your motion, a nominated member, Irene Mayaka, also brought an identical motion, and I'll probably advise you that after you've spoken and moved the motion, whoever will be in the chair, Irene can be given the second bite, because she had a similar motion. I direct that the motion, having overwhelming support, will be debated either at 6 or after order number 13 on the order paper, whichever comes earlier. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Turkana South, Ariko. Honorable Ariko is in the house. Ariko Namoit. Statement deferred. Next, member for Chepalungu, Victor Koech, Elias Mandazi.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding disparities in promotion of teachers in Bomet County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Education regarding disparities in promotion of teachers in Bomet County. Honorable Speaker, following the recently concluded interviews by the Teacher Service Commission, a concerning trend has been reported which is negatively impacting teachers in Bomet County and specifically Chepalungu constituency. Astonishingly, only 4 teachers from Bomet County were promoted, while 57 positions granted to teachers from outside of Bomet County, despite there being numerous qualified candidates from Bomet County. Regrettably, experienced teachers who have led schools in the county from their inception were overlooked in favor of candidates who reside from outside Bomet County. It is noted that teachers from within Bomet County have been involved in running of schools and significantly grown students' population, contributing substantially to development in education in the county. In this regard, it is observed that external teachers often lack sustained commitment to local education development, viewing their position as a stepping stone for career progression rather than development of education in the locality of the schools. Honorable Speaker, on 3rd November 2022, this House passed a motion resolving that the Teacher Service Commission reverses the delocalization of teachers and devolves the deployment of teachers to zonal level in line with the International Labour Law, ILO, and UNESCO practices on teachers' management and deployment. However, this seems to not have been implemented by the government. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Could the Chairperson provide reasons for the significant disparities in the promotion of teachers in Bomet County and specifically Chepalungu constituency compared to other counties? 2, could the Chairperson provide the rationale behind the overlooking of long-serving teachers in acting capacities in Bomet County during the promotion process? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, what measures is the government taking to postpone the deployment of teachers until adherence to established guidelines, including the ILO and UNESCO practices on teachers' management and deployment? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chairman, Education Meli, you've heard the request. You bring your statement the first week after recess. Next, nominated member Umul Khair Harun.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation regarding the overflow of Masinga Dam affecting downstream residents. Honorable Speaker, Masinga Dam plays a crucial role in generation of hydroelectric power for our country. However, following the ongoing rains, the water levels in the dam have increased exponentially, leading to overflow. This has severely affected residents of Garissa and Tana River counties, which are situated at the downstream area of the dam. Among the hardest hit are farmers, who have suffered immense losses as their crops, including mangoes, bananas, watermelons, tomatoes, onions, and chilies, have been swept away. The destruction of these crops will not only affect the livelihood of the farmers, but also exacerbates the scarcity of essential food items, leading to a surge in prices. It is also noted that due to impassability of roads, residents generally rely on boats as a means of transportation. This results to increased safety risk, as exemplified by the recent events on the Garissa-Madogo Road, where a boat capsized, leading to loss of lives. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on the following. What immediate measures have been put in place by the government to address the flood menace in Garissa and Tana River counties caused by the overflow from the Masinga Dam? What steps are being taken to provide assistance to affected farmers, including provision of financial support? Could the chairperson clarify whether there are any measures being put in place to improve infrastructure, such as road networks and drainage systems in the downstream areas of Masinga Dam to mitigate flood risk and facilitate emergency response efforts? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Chairman responsible for water, Bowen. That
Mr. Speaker, we
will not wait for 2 weeks. That's an emergency. Bring a statement on Thursday, day after tomorrow.
most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members, we'll go back. There are more statements. Yes, what's out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I needed your guidance and direction as in line with our Constitution, this House never legislates in vain. Honorable Speaker, this regards the political parties' affairs, specifically political parties' funds, Honorable Speaker. I'm glad that you superintend a political party as a party leader of the Second Liberation Party for the Kenya Majenga. Honorable Speaker.
Don't use me as a pretext to make a statement.
Honorable Speaker, that will not change.
Yes.
Yes, you are. And we are happy about it. Honorable Speaker, the political parties fund gave a 0.03% of the budget, country's budget, to go towards political parties. And we all underscore the role played by political parties in advancing our democracy and freedom in this country, Honorable Speaker. And there are many, many activities underneath political parties, including grassroots election and others, Honorable Speaker. Coming to my point, Honorable Speaker, whereas the law is very clear on the participatory role played by political parties, all political parties in Kenya are not receiving their due fund, Honorable Speaker. As we speak today, 11 billion shillings is owed to political parties in this country. When the budget for the year 2022-2023 was being crafted, Honorable Speaker, during the...
What is your point?
My point is what I'm coming to, Honorable Speaker. The Budget and Appropriations Committee did remove 800 million shillings in a supplementary budget from political parties, Honorable Speaker. My concern at this point in time, even as we work on the next round of budget cycle, Honorable Speaker, is to ask you, as our Speaker, to direct Treasury, our Budget Committee, and whoever is involved, Honorable Speaker, to respond to the needs of political parties as regards the political parties fund. This country has done great to pay external debts. Political parties fund is owed 11 billion shillings, and that is an internal debt that must also be responded to, Honorable Speaker. I need your direction. I need your indulgence on this. As the Secretary for Public Policy and Economic Affairs in the biggest party, ODM, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you.
Your concerns noted. Yes, the Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, maybe I will commit to follow up on the question of exchequer releases, but on the question of review of the monies allocated to the political parties. Honorable Speaker, you know that was not a decision of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, as the honorable member asserts. That was a decision of the House, because the House that's where the Honorable Owino also sits in. And I am certain he was here when we passed the resolution to reduce Honorable Okello, not Honorable Owino. Honorable Okello was in the House when we made that decision to reduce through supplementary estimates 1. Honorable Speaker, I am also aware, and it's good that you say that you have noted, but it's also good for the Honorable Okello to know that after the House resolved to reduce the allocation to the political parties, and you know, Honorable Speaker, our party UDA is the largest political party, and therefore we lost the highest amount in supplementary estimates 1. But the party that Honorable Okello comes from, subsequent to the passage of the resolution by the House where the Honorable Okello sits in, to reduce that amount, the Honorable Okello's party ODM went to court, and that matter is already before the courts. And I do not want to get into sub judice matters, Honorable Speaker, but I was hoping the Honorable Okello would allude, or rather inform the House what informed him and his party to support a motion on the floor of the House to reduce the amount, then go to question the same decision in court. And I had hoped Honorable Okello would speak to that particular aspect, but I can see he has veered off. But let me, Honorable Speaker, commit to check with the National Treasury and maybe report back to the House on Thursday as to when we can get exchequer releases, not just for the political parties, but also the pending NGCDF exchequer releases now that we are going on the long recess, the long working recess, and I know a number of members will be keen to get money released for NGAF and NGCDF and also other development exchequer releases before the end of the financial year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Okello, you should have been honorable enough to disclose that your party is in court on this matter. I don't want to open debate on this. I will go back to that. Inform who? The House is not interested. Honorable members, we have other statements, one by Marianne Kitani, Gideon Mulyungi, and responses to George Murugara, Adan Keinan, and Joseph Lekuton. I'll go back to order number 2, make a communication, then we come back to this. So call out order number 2 again.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Order. Honorable Deputy Whip of the Minority Party, take your seat. Honorable members have a communication to make. On a notice of motion for dismissal of Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi, Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. Honorable members, order. Honorable Okello, keep your cool. I wish to notify you, honorable members, that pursuant to Article 152(6) of the Constitution and Standing Order 64 and 66, I am in receipt of a notice of a special motion dated 24th April 2024 from the member for Bumula constituency, Honorable Jack Kawanami Wamboka MP. The honorable member seeks a resolution of the House for the dismissal of the Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi as the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development on grounds of gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, serious reasons to believe that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under national law, and gross misconduct. Honorable members, Standing Order 661 provides that before giving notice of a motion under Article 152(6) of the Constitution, a member shall deliver to the clerk a copy of the proposed motion in writing. Whereas Standing Order 661 is silent on the timeline within which the clerk is required to consider the proposed motion and advise the Speaker, it must be noted that a motion for dismissal of a Cabinet Secretary is a special motion under Standing Order 61 which ought to be disposed of expeditiously. Consequently, the clerk is required to consider the proposed motion and advise the Speaker without unnecessary delay. Further, in the case of the Speaker, Standing Order 64 and 66 provide that a proposed motion shall be disposed by the Speaker within 3 days of receipt of notice by a member. The three members at the bar, take your seats. This will take a little longer. Take the nearest seats. Thank you. Honorable members, the strict timeline of 3 days is intended to allow the Speaker to examine the proposed motion and any evidence attached to it and determine whether the proposed motion meets the procedural requirements outlined in the standing orders. In this regard, I note that the member for Bumola constituency submitted the proposed motion to my office last week on Wednesday, 24th April 2024. Article 259(5) of the Constitution provides for the manner of computation of time. It guides that where time is expressed as days, the day on which the first event occurs is to be excluded, and the day by which the last event may occur is to be included when computing time. Consequently, the period of 3 days that applies to the Speaker in respect of the proposed motion started running from Thursday, 25th April 2024, the 3 days expiring on Saturday, 27th April 2024, and as such, the earliest available opportunity for the Speaker to notify the House on the admissibility of the proposed special motion is today, being the nearest available sitting of the House since receipt of the proposed motion. Honorable members, allow me to highlight the legal and procedural requirements that guide the process of dismissing a Cabinet Secretary. Article 152(6) of the Constitution provides, and I quote, "A member of the National Assembly, supported by at least 1/4 of all the members of the Assembly, may propose a motion requiring the President to dismiss a Cabinet Secretary. A, on the grounds of gross violation of a provision of the Constitution or any law, or any other law, and B, where there are serious reasons for believing that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under national or international law, or C, for gross misconduct. Procedurally, Standing Order 661 provides that before giving notice of motion under Article 152(6) of the Constitution, a member shall deliver to the clerk a copy of the proposed motion in writing. A, stating the grounds and particulars in terms of Article 152(6) of the Constitution upon which the proposed motion is made. B, signed by the member, and C, signed in support by at least 1/4 of all the members of the Assembly. Honorable members, additionally, the Standing Order 64(1)A provides as follows on the admissibility of grounds for removal from office. 1A, the grounds specified in a motion under this standing order shall be admissible if A, framed clearly to particularize and disclose a gross violation of the Constitution or other written law, where gross violation of the Constitution or other written law is indicated as a ground for the intended removal. B, stating with precision the provisions of the Constitution or other written law that are alleged to have been grossly violated, where gross violation of the Constitution or other written law is indicated as a ground for the intended removal. And C, accompanied by necessary evidence, including annexures or sworn testimonies in respect of the allegations. Honorable members, it's worth noting that Standing Order 64-1A and 66, as presently couched, find their basis from the practice of the House in the 11th and 12th Parliament, where notices of motion were submitted by members for dismissal of various cabinet secretaries. This includes the notice of motion for dismissal of the then cabinet secretary for devolution, Honorable Anne Waiguru, the notice of motion for dismissal of the then cabinet secretary for transport, Mr. James Macharia, and the notice of motion for the dismissal of the then cabinet secretary for education, Professor Jacob Kaimenyi. My predecessor, the Honorable Justin Muturi, Speaker, has had occasion to guide the House on the manner of considering a special motion such as the one proposed by the Honorable Member for Bumula. In a communication issued on 22nd October 2015 on the processing of special motions on removal of state officers, the Speaker guided as follows. Members at the bar, take the nearest seat. The nearest seat. Take the nearest seat to the lady member. Member for Garissa. The Speaker guided the House as follows: that all special motions brought before the House under Article 152(6) of the Constitution should comply with the threshold established by the courts of law as to what constitutes gross violation of the Constitution or gross misconduct under the Constitution. That the question of determining what constitutes gross violation of the Constitution or gross misconduct is one that clings and hangs on the impeachable authority of the House and is exercisable in two instances. Firstly, at the point of the approval of the special motion for impeachment or dismissal by the Speaker pursuant to the Standing Order 47(3)(b) and (e), which requires the Speaker to be satisfied of the constitutional and evidential propriety of the special motions. Secondly, at the point of investigations conducted by the relevant select committee or tribunal pursuant to the provisions of the relevant article of the Constitution. Averments made in the special motions should be accompanied by the necessary evidence, including annexures and sworn testimonies in respect of the allegation as may be necessary. Honorable members, our courts have also grappled with the question of the threshold for admissibility of impeachment motions. This has led them to set a standard for determining what constitutes gross violation of the law, gross misconduct in impeachment process through a number of precedent-setting cases. Notably, the High Court of Kenya in Martin Nyaga Wambora and 30 others versus the Count Assembly of Embu and 4 others, Embu Constitutional Petition number 7 and 8 of 2014, consider the issue of the required threshold for determining what amounts to a gross violation of the Constitution and gross misconduct in impeachment processes. With regard to what constitutes gross violation of the Constitution, the court observed that, and I quote, the charges framed against the governor and the particulars thereof must disclose a gross violation of the Constitution and any other written law, and the charges as framed must state with degree of precision the articles or even sub-articles of the Constitution or the provisions of any other written law that have been alleged to be grossly violated. Honorable members, the court further gave examples of constitutional provisions whose violation would constitute gross violation of the Constitution. According to the court, this includes the 3 members at the bar. Take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seats. Thank you. According to the court, this includes Chapter 1 on the sovereignty of the people and supremacy of the Constitution, more specifically Articles 1, 2, and 3(2) of the Constitution. Chapter 2, Article 4, that establishes Kenya as a sovereign multi-party republic, and Article 6, that establishes devolution and access to services. Article 10 on the national values and principles of good governance. Chapter 4 on the Bill of Rights. Chapter 6, Articles 73 and 78 on leadership and integrity. Chapter 12, Article 201 on principles of public finance. Chapter 13, Article 232 on values and principles of public service. And Chapter 14, Article 238 on principles of national security, among other constitutional provisions. Further, in respect of what constitutes gross misconduct, the court observed that whether a conduct is gross or not will depend on the matter as exposed by the facts. It cannot be determined in a vacuum, but in relation to the facts of the case and the law policing the facts. Gross misconduct is defined as a grave violation or breach of the provisions of the Constitution and a misconduct of such a nature as amounts, in the opinion of the House of Assembly, to gross misconduct. Honorable members, drawing from the foregoing, the House amended its standing orders at the end of the 11th Parliament to comply with the prescribed thresholds. Presently, our standing orders 64 and 66 incorporate the pronouncements of the court on the threshold for admissibility of grounds for removal of a cabinet secretary by requiring that grounds in a motion must be framed clearly to particularize and disclose a gross violation of the Constitution or other written law. And the such grounds must also state with precision the provisions of the Constitution or other written law that are alleged to have been grossly violated. Honorable members, having examined the legal and procedural requirements of processing special motions for the removal of persons from office, permit me now to determine whether the proposed special motion by the member for Bumula is admissible. Honorable members, it is worth noting that the Standing Order 47(3)(b) and (e) places an obligation on the Honorable Speaker to make a determination on whether any proposed motion is contrary to the Constitution or contains allegations which the mover cannot substantiate. As noted earlier, the question of determining what constitutes gross violation of the Constitution or gross misconduct is one that clings and hangs on the impeachable authority of the House and is exercisable in two instances. Firstly, at the point of the approval of the special motion for impeachment by the Speaker, and secondly, at the point of investigations conducted by the relevant select committee. Honorable members, in determining the admissibility of the motion proposed by the member, I am required to examine two key issues. The first issue is whether the proposed motion meets the requirements of the Constitution and standing orders as to form the threshold required to move such a motion. And the second issue is whether the grounds as contained in the proposed motion are admissible. Honorable members, on the first issue, I note that from a reading of Article 152(6) of the Constitution and Standing Order 66, a proposed motion by a member for the dismissal of a cabinet secretary must be supported by at least 1/4 of all members of the Assembly. 1/4 of all the members of this Assembly is 87.25. In particular, in parliamentary practice, a decimal point is rounded off to a whole number. Consequently, the threshold for initiating a motion for the dismissal of a cabinet secretary is 88 members of this House. Secondly, the Standing Order 66 provides that the proposed motion should be in writing. The proposed motion should state the grounds and particulars in terms of Article 152(6) of the Constitution upon which the proposed motion is made. The proposed motion should be signed by the member and accompanied by the member and signed in support by at least 1/4 of all the members of the Assembly. Honorable members, looking at the proposed motion by the member, I note that pursuant to Article 152(6) of the Constitution and Standing Order 66, the member has stated the grounds and given the particulars upon which he proposes the dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary. Additionally, pursuant to Standing Order 66, the proposed motion is also in writing and signed by the Honorable Member. Further, under Order 152(6) of the Constitution and Standing Order 66, the Honorable Member has attached a list of the signatures of 110 members of the National Assembly who have signed the motion in support. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seats. Jalango, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, consequently, I find that the proposed motion by the member for Bumula meets the requirements of Article 152 of the Constitution and Standing Order 66 as to form and the threshold required for a member to move a motion for dismissal of a Cabinet Secretary. This settles the first issue. Honorable members, moving to the second issue on the admissibility of the grounds specified in the motion, under Standing Order 64(1)A and 66, grounds cited in the special motion are admissible if A, framed clearly to particularize and disclose a gross violation of the Constitution or other written law, where gross violation of the Constitution or other written law is indicated as a ground for intended dismissal. B, they state with precision the provisions of the Constitution or any other written law that are alleged to have been grossly violated, where gross violation of the Constitution or other written law is indicated as a ground for the intended removal. And C, accompanied by necessary evidence, including annexures or sworn testimonies in respect of the allegations. Honorable members, Article 152(6) of the Constitution provides for 3 grounds for which a Cabinet Secretary may be removed from office. These are gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, serious reasons to believe that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under national law, and gross misconduct. Permit me now to highlight the grounds specified in the motion for dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. Honorable members, on the ground of gross violation of the Constitution, the member for Bumula has stated as follows in the proposed motion: A, that the Cabinet Secretary has grossly violated the Constitution, in particular Article 2 and 10(1)(c) of the Constitution, on national values and good governance, for failure to undertake public participation with the relevant stakeholders in the implementation of a far-reaching policy decision on the procurement and distribution of fertilizer. That the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of approving procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer by the NCPB discloses a gross violation of national values and principles of good governance contrary to Article 10(1)(b) of the Constitution. C, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of approving the procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer discloses a gross violation of the Constitution by infringing Article 46 of the Constitution of Consumer Rights to goods and services of reasonable quality and their protection of health, safety, and economic interests. D, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of approving the procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer amounts to gross violation of the public trust, and the Cabinet Secretary failed to demonstrate respect for the people, bring honor to the nation and dignity to the office, and promote public confidence and integrity of the office contrary to Article 73(1) of the Constitution. E, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of approving the procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer amounts to gross violation of the principles of public finance contrary to Article 201 of the Constitution, as public money was not applied in a prudent and responsible way. F, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary in which he submitted to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture that the NCPB signed an agent's agreement with 51 Capital Africa diatomite industries for supply and distribution of GPC diatomaceous for its commercial function, and that the product was not sold as a chemical fertilizer but as soil conditioner, was in gross violation of Article 152(5)(a) and E 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the Constitution. That the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of overseeing the implementation of the budgets of the NCPB under his control for the procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer is a gross violation of values and principles of public service on use of resources efficiently, effectively, and economically. Honorable members, the proposed motion also seeks the dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture on the ground of serious reasons for believing that he has committed a crime under the national law. To this end, the member for Bumula constituency has stated as follows in the proposed motion: that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary discloses grounds that there are serious reasons for believing that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under the national law involving offenses relating to abuse of office and false claims contrary to Section 100 and 101 of the Penal Code. B, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary discloses grounds that there are serious reasons for believing that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under national law relating to forgery, uttering false documents, and procuring execution of documents by false pretenses contrary to Section 353 and 355 of the Penal Code. The member further avers that the Cabinet Secretary is currently under investigation by the DCI following the findings of the court in FML versus DPP and 3 others, Registrar of Companies and 10 others, 2021 Kenya law reports, and is further facing arrest and prosecution in 6 pending civil and commercial and family suits. Honorable members, finally, on the third ground, the member for Bumula constituency seeks the dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development on the grounds of gross misconduct, and states as follows: A, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of getting into public spats with journalists who unearthed the distribution of the fake fertilizer discloses the ground of gross misconduct. Insofar as a state officer, he has failed to demonstrate professionalism in carrying out duties of the office and in a manner that maintains public confidence in the integrity of the office contrary to Section 11A of the Leadership and Integrity Act, Cap 185C. B, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of storming into the manufacturing plants and purporting to be revoking licenses without conducting investigations amounts to gross misconduct. Insofar as a state officer, he has failed to demonstrate professionalism in carrying out duties of the office and in a manner that maintains public confidence in the integrity of the office, manner contrary to Section 11A of the Leadership and Integrity Act, Cap 185C. That the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of approving procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer insofar as a state officer, he has failed to exercise public trust in the best interest of the people of Kenya amounts to gross misconduct, contrary to Section 8 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, Cap 185C. And D, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of approving procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer, insofar as a state officer, he has failed to exercise his duties to the best of his ability and to carry out the duties efficiently and honestly and in a transparent and accountable manner, and amounts to gross misconduct contrary to Section 10A and B of the Leadership and Integrity Act 185. E, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of approving the procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer by NCPB discloses the ground of gross misconduct insofar as the state officer has failed to demonstrate professionalism in carrying out duties of the office in a manner that maintains public confidence in the integrity of the office contrary to Section 11A of the Leadership and Integrity Act, Cap 185C. F, that the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of approving the procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer by NCPB and misleading the public by giving false information to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture that GPC diatomaceous was distributed as soil conditioner and not fertilizer amounts to gross misconduct, contrary to Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, Cap 185. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seats. Thank you. Honorable members, in addition to the three grounds that I have just highlighted, the member for Bumula has attached additional background information to further substantiate his stated grounds. Additionally, the honorable member has attached a sworn statement in which he avers that all the information stated in the proposed motion is true and correct to the best of his knowledge. Notably, the honorable member has also annexed to the proposed motion evidence and supporting documents contained in 5 annexes. This includes the response by the Cabinet Secretary to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock correspondences, statements, a court judgment, Honorable FML versus DPP and 3 others, Register of Companies and 10 others, 2021 e-Kenya law reports and submissions by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and call logs, among other documents. Honorable members, in light of the foregoing and pursuant to Standing Orders 64 and 66, I'm of the considered opinion that the grounds specified for the dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development as contained in the proposed motion A are framed clearly to particularize and disclose a gross violation of the Constitution and other written law, in this case being the Penal Code and Leadership and Integrity Act. B, state with precision the provisions of the Constitution or other written law, in this case the Penal Code and the Leadership and Integrity Act, that are alleged to have been grossly violated, and C, are accompanied by necessary evidence, including annexures, sworn testimonies in respect of the allegations. Consequently, the grounds for dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development and contained in the proposed motion comply with the requirements of Standing Order 64, 1A and 66. This also settles the second issue. Honorable members, in view of the foregoing, I find that the proposed special motion meets the applicable procedural requirements for it to be admitted to the next stage. Order. Order. You can cheer after I finish my ruling. Those foot thumpings are an interruption. In this regard, honorable members, as with a light touch, I note that Standing Order 47-4A provides that a member shall give notice of motion in the House within 3 sitting days following approval by the Speaker. In the circumstances following my approval of the proposed motion, I will allow the member for Bumula to give the notice of motion for dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development this afternoon under Order number 6 on notices of motion. Once the honorable member gives the notice of the motion under Standing Order 47-4A, the motion shall proceed to the next stage. Honorable members, I'll now highlight a summary of what is expected of the House once the member gives the notice of the motion. In terms of timeline, pursuant to Standing Order 64 and 66, the House is required to dispose of the motion within 7 days of the member giving notice, under Standing Order 47. In the event the House does not adhere to the timeline, the motion shall be deemed to have been withdrawn and shall not be moved again in the same session except with the leave of the Speaker. Consequently, if the member for Bumula gives notice this afternoon, the House has until next week, Tuesday, 7th May 2024, to dispose of the motion. However, noting the House is scheduled to proceed on a one-month recess from Friday, 3rd May 2024, it is advisable that the House disposes of this motion by Thursday, 2nd May 2024. This shall allow the House to become seized of the matter before proceeding on recess. Honorable members, under Article 152(7) of the Constitution, the House becomes properly seized of the matter if the motion is supported by 1/3 of the members of the National Assembly. Upon approval of the motion, the House is required to appoint a select committee of 11 members to investigate the matter. 1/3 of all the members of the National Assembly, which is 116.3, rounded off to a whole member, the motion shall require the support of 117 members for it to be referred to a select committee for investigations. With regard to the timelines applicable to the committee, Standing Order 66(5) provides that the Select Committee shall, within 10 days, report to the Assembly whether it finds the allegations against the Cabinet Secretary to be substantiated or otherwise. If the Select Committee reports finds that the allegations are unsubstantiated, no further proceedings are taken thereafter. However, if the Select Committee report finds that the allegations are substantiated, the House is required to afford the Cabinet Secretary an opportunity to be heard and a vote whether to approve the resolution requiring dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary. Pursuant to Article 152(10) of the Constitution, a resolution requiring the President to dismiss a Cabinet Secretary must be supported by a majority of the members of the National Assembly, which is 175 members. A resolution that achieves the required support must be promptly delivered to the President and is bound to dismiss the Cabinet Secretary in question upon receipt. Honorable members, from the foregoing, you will agree with me that once the member for Bumula gives the notice of motion this afternoon, the stage shall be set for the House to commence the consideration of the motion. To this end, members should take cognizance of the constitutional and procedural requirements, the threshold and prescribed timelines at different stages of consideration of the motion that I have just highlighted to you. Honorable members, in summary, therefore, I wish to guide the House as follows. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seats. Honorable members, I now wish to guide the House as follows. 1, that the proposed motion by the member for Bumula constituency meets the applicable procedural requirements of Standing Order 64 and 66 for it to be admitted and considered by the House. 2, that consequently upon the reading of Order number 6 this afternoon, I will permit the member to give notice of motion for the dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development in accordance with the requirements of Standing Order 47(4)(a). 3, that since today is not a day for debate, in giving notice of the special motion, the member shall limit himself to a summary of its content, state the grounds upon which the special motion has been made, and the names of the members who have appended their signatures in support of the special motion as required under Article 152 of the Constitution and Standing Order 66. That the clerk is hereby directed to publish the special motion for the dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Department in the order paper for Thursday, 2nd May 2024, in the manner contemplated under Standing Order 66(3), for consideration by the House during the morning sitting of that day, which has been agreed upon by the House Business Committee. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Go to order number 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Member for Bumula.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Article 152(6) of the Constitution and Standing Order 64(1)A and 66, I beg to give notice of the following special motion for removal of Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development on the following grounds. 1, gross violation of provisions of the Constitution or any other law. 2, that there are serious reasons believing that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under national law. 3, gross misconduct. This is in relation to the approval of the procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer by the National Cereals and Produce Board and submitting false information to a committee of the National Assembly on the distribution of GPC diatomaceous, which was distributed as a soil conditioner and not as fertilizer.
Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. It is out of order to be on your feet when the speaker is on his feet. The House is still in session. Those members who want to have conversations, there's a lobby out there, there's a coffee shop out there, and there are rooms for the speaker which allow you to go and converse behind here. Let's give the House some reasonable silence to hear each other.
Honorable Speaker, do I start?
Yes, no. Continue.
This is in relation to the approval of the procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer by the National Cereals and Produce Board and submitting false information to a committee of the National Assembly on the distribution of GPC diatomaceous, which was distributed as a soil conditioner and not a fertilizer. I have particularized each of the grounds and attached evidence to substantiate each claim. Now, therefore, in accordance with Article 152(6) of the Constitution, this House resolves to recommend to the President to dismiss the Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi from the position of Cabinet Secretary for gross violation of Article 10, 46, 75, and 201 of the Constitution, the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and the Public Ethics Act 203, and for gross misconduct. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 66, the following members who constitute at least a quarter of the membership of the House have appended their signatures in support of the notice of motion. I will read. 1, the Honorable Wanami Wamboka, the Honorables Joyce Kamene, Raphael Sauti Bita Wanjala, Fatuma Zainab Mohamed, Paul Musimi Nzengu, James Wambura Nyikal, Gideon Mutemi Mulyungi, Julius Musili Mawadhe, Rebecca Nonaishi Tongei, Pauline Lenguris, Yusuf Mohamed Farah, Dick Maungu Oyugi, Irene Nyakerario Mayaka, Anton Tomo Lodge, Marianne Jebet Kitani, Beatrice Kahai Adagala, Adams Kipsaina Korir, Parashina Samuel Sakimba, Anthony Kibagendi, Martin Peters Owino, Catherine Nanjala Wambilianga, Joseph Maero Oyula, Stephen Mogaka, Doris Donya Aburi, Beatrice Kadeveresia Elachi, Shakil Ahmed Shabir Ahmed, Clive Ombane Gisairo, John Walter Owino, Thaddeus Kidhuan Zambia, Elsie Busihile Muhanda, Frederick Lusuli Ikana, Daniel Ogoka Manduku, Mohamed Aden Ado, Patrick Simiyu Baraza, Zamzam Mohamed Chimba, David Losiako Kosin, Daniel Wanyama Sitati, Gadhoni Wamuchomba, Mohamed Saud Machele, Samuel Onunga Atandi, Charles Ngusia Nguna, Mwago Amos Maina, James Opio Wandai, Junet Sheikh Nur Mohamed, Obadia Barongo Nolfason, Gertrude Mbeyu Mwanyanje, Geoffrey Makoha Odanga, Hamisi Chome Abdi, Erastus Kivasu Nzioka, Sarah Polata Korere, Kajwang Tom Joseph Francis, Makali Benson Mulu, Guyo Wako Jaldesa, Paul Kahindi Katana, Joshua Aduma Owor, Joshua Oduma Owor, John Mbadi Ngongo, Mishi Juma Hamisi Mboko, Hussein Abdi Bare, Innocent Obiri Momanyi, Millie Grace Akoth Odhiambo, Irene Mudhoni Kasalu, Patrick Kibagendi Osero, Jerusha Momanyi Mongina, Joshua Odongo Oron, Abubakar Ahmed Taib, Florence Jematia Segon, John Okwisia Makali, Mangale Munga Chifromondo, Geoffrey Ekesa Mulanya, Timothy Kipchumba Torotich, Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse, Gideon Kimau Kipkoech, Victor Kipngetich Koech, Kadri Nahabi Omanyo, Jepto Ngelechei Caroline, Stephen Mule, Lona Sankare, Peter Nabulindo, Mumina Bonaya, David Mboni, Jen Koyo, Charles Owere, Rashid Juma, Bashir Abdullahi, Abdi Ali, Tungule Kazungu, Ngozi Rai, Hari Kombe, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, Haika Mizigi, Fatuma Wajia, Kakuta Maimai, Nabwera Nabii, Innocent Mugabe, Christine Ombaka, Kitilai Olentutu, Joshua Malio, Gidhua wa Mashukuru, Mark Mwenje, Geoffrey Ruku, Mary Emase, Eve Obara, Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel, Peter Orero, Babu Owino, Dr. Joyce Osogo, Amina Mnyazi, Adipo Okwome, J.M. Naika, and Honorable Speaker received even more. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, I'd forgotten Omuher Harun. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Wandai.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me say that this afternoon, I stand before this House a very happy man. Honorable Speaker, today you have made history. I want the Speaker to listen to me. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that today you have made history. And you have put this House on the pedestal of a transformative institution, an institution that adheres to the rule of law and constitutionalism. Honorable Speaker, under Article 152, this motion by the Honorable Jack Wamboka is the last resort that the people of this country, through their elected leadership, can take as a way of holding to account those that have been put in service of the nation.
Order, Honorable
Speaker,
Andai, you are anticipating debate.
I just want to thank you very much.
That
And
is
to
more
thank you
than
very
thanking
much,
the Speaker.
and appeal to my colleague members to turn out in their large numbers. We want this House on Thursday to be full to the brim, so that we can speak in one accord. We can speak in one voice in defense of the defenseless Kenyan citizen. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Chepkonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, I thought the minority leader just wanted to thank you, not to appeal to us, to do an oversight role, which is guaranteed under Article 95 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are aware about that particular provision. So there's nothing to appeal to any of us here. We will play our role when that motion is presented here, Mr. Speaker. I can assure him there's nothing to appeal to us when it's a constitutional requirement for us.
I've already cautioned him. He was touting and soliciting. Honorable members, take your seats. We'll go to order number 8 before we come back to... Let's put the question as order number 8, number 9, 10, and 11. Call out order number 9, sorry. Eh?
8. Can I start with 8?
The resolution. Okay.
Order number 8, procedural motion, resolution to hold a Thursday morning sitting.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 2nd May 2024, commencing at 10 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the long recess. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure members will note I have amended the 9:30 that was published in the order paper as agreed by the House Business Committee this morning, that we begin the sitting at 10 a.m. And Honorable Speaker, the reason for having this Thursday morning sitting, as you have ably communicated and following the notice of motion by the Honorable Wanami Wamboka, that motion is time-bound, and therefore we must dispense with it by Thursday. And considering that we are losing a sitting tomorrow afternoon, it's important that we compensate that sitting for tomorrow afternoon with a Thursday morning, and allow me to plead with all members to be available on Thursday, 9:55 a.m. for the House to be able to sit from 10 a.m., consider the business that will be on the order paper, including that motion for impeachment of a cabinet secretary that is time-bound. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask members to be available on Thursday. It is also our last sitting day before the long recess, which is a long working recess, and therefore it will be important that we are here in time. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Leader of Minority to second.
Honorable Andai.
Sorry, just give me. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by the Leader of Majority. And Honorable Speaker, really, since tomorrow is a holiday, it's a public holiday, we need to really recover the days we shall have lost tomorrow. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, there are businesses before us that we need to dispense with. We need to dispense with certain businesses before we go on the one-month recess. And top of the agenda is the motion by the Honorable Jack Wamboka that we need to pronounce ourselves on as a House on Thursday, the earliest possible time on Thursday, before we can adjourn for the long recess. Secondly, is the IBC amendment bill, which is one of the NADCO bills that are being processed by Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this morning we had a session with you under your able chairmanship, and we were able to thrash out some of the sticking issues surrounding that bill, save for basically one small issue that we shall be dealing with in the course of time between now and Thursday morning. We should be able then, therefore, to dispense with that bill on Thursday at the Committee of the Whole House, so that the Senate can be seized of it, for us to be able to have in place a working, functional IBC, Honorable Speaker, in the shortest time possible. So, Honorable Speaker, therefore, I think it is in order for us to support this motion, for us to be able to sit on Thursday in the morning. Even though we have agreed on Thursday at 10 a.m., let us try to be here as early as 9:30 a.m. so that we can deal with these issues properly, honorable members. This is a historic moment. You never get it easily. A whole term of Parliament can go without you getting an opportunity to deal with a motion such as the one presented by Honorable Jack Wambok. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 2nd May 2024, commencing at 10 a.m. I believe you moved the motion, Order Majority Leader. You moved the motion in amended form. Commencing at 10 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the long recess. I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 2nd May 2024, commencing at 10 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the long recess. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, motion, report of Committee of the Whole House on the consideration of the Senate amendments to the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023. Question to be put.
Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Order, Honorable Haika, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. The nays have it.
Order number 10, motion, providing a safety net for caregivers of persons with severe disabilities. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Order. Take your seats. Order. Member for Bumula, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is that aware that Article 21(3) of the Constitution provides that all state organs have the duty to address the needs of vulnerable groups within the society. Further aware that the Persons with Severe Disabilities Cash Transfer Program is one of the 4 cash transfer programs implemented by the government as part of the overall social protection interventions, noting that the caregivers undertaking the immense responsibility of providing daily care and assistance to persons with severe disabilities, PWSD, are oftentimes the immediate family members of the PWSD, concerned that this causes a disproportionate burden on these families as persons who would otherwise be engaged in gainful employment or other activities to provide for the families are limited by these immense responsibilities, further concerned that this loss of income opportunities and resources exacerbates the challenges faced by these families, cognizant that the government ought to take action to recognize the invaluable contributions of the caregivers and support them in caring for individuals with severe disabilities. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the government, through the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, recognizes primary caregivers of persons with severe disabilities as a distinct category requiring social protection and support, and further develops and implements a cash transfer program for these primary caregivers. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 11, motion, establishment of priority boarding protocol for Kenya Defense Forces and Kenya Special Forces personnel on local airlines. Question to be put.
Order, members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Order. Order. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 11, which is that aware that Article 239 provides for the national security organs, including the Kenya Defense Forces. Further aware that the Kenya Defense and Kenya Special Forces play an indispensable role in promoting and safeguarding national security in accordance with the Constitution, recognizing that members of these forces face life-threatening risks as they carry out their duties to protect our citizens, particularly in high-risk and volatile areas, noting that there is currently no token of appreciation for the remarkable dedication, service, and sacrifices made by the Kenya Defense and Special Forces, acknowledging that it's important to accord special privileges and honors to our military and veteran personnel, akin to the practice observed in other countries, including being allowed to access services like banking hall and boarding of flights ahead of the general public, further acknowledging that this practice will not only instill a sense of pride among the Kenya Defense and Kenya Special Forces personnel, but also enhance their morale and motivation, thereby boosting their performance and commitment to our national security, cognizant of the fact that there exists no national policy or framework to facilitate the implementation of such a practice. Now, therefore, this House urges the national government, through the Ministry of Roads and Transport, encourages local airlines to establish a priority boarding protocol for the Kenya Defense and Kenya Special Forces personnel, which grants them the privilege to board local aircrafts before the general public. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We'll go back to order number 7. Marianne Kitanyi.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the delay of the Maendeleo ya Wanawake elections. Honorable Speaker, Maendeleo ya Wanawake is a non-governmental organization that deals with women's rights, issues, and gender equity in the country. The organization plays a critical role in advocating for equality and empowerment of women. The management of the Maendeleo ya Wanawake resolved to postpone elections, which were due to be held this year until the year 2028, citing challenges related to the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Consequently, an election board had been constituted to oversee preparations for the next election. Non-governmental organizations are required to operate within the framework provided by the Non-Governmental Organizations Coordination Act and are oversighted by the NGO Coordination Board. Elections are a very important aspect of such an establishment, and signifying their adherence to basic values of democracy and good governance. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. One, is that aware that the effects of COVID-19 pandemic are now under control and way behind us. What plans does Maendeleo ya Wanawake have to call for elections at the earliest feasible date? And two, what mechanisms are in place to ensure that the NGOs adhere to existing act? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Marian. Chairman Tongoyo, are you in the house? You bring a response the first week after recess?
I don't know, Honorable Speaker, maybe you guide, because I've listened keenly to the question, and I'm a bit worried it's supposed to be maybe in a different committee, maybe gender, I guess so.
Marian, haven't you misdirected your request? What does Maendeleo ya Wanawake got to do with the administration and internal security? Is it a national security threat? Why didn't you direct it to the committee of
Honorable
gender?
Speaker, the issue is the Maendeleo ya Wanawake is an NGO.
Yes.
And it is guided by the NGO Act. That is the
NGO
reason
board.
why it has gone to the Internal Security Docket
I
Committee,
see your
because
point.
of that it is an NGO.
I'm satisfied. Tongoyo, you bring a response the first week after recess. The NGO board is under your office, under your care. Gideon Mulyungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, regarding the death of one Mr. Benjamin Mwaniki Kadhengu. Honorable Speaker, on the 8th of January 2024, Mr. Benjamin Mwaniki Kadhengu of ID number 103-60586 was brutally murdered within the confines of his home in Hola, Tana River County, under unclear circumstances. The family subsequently filed a report with the Hola Police Station on the 9th of January 2024 under OMB number 32/9/01/2024. Sadly, the family is yet to receive updates regarding the progress of investigations. The lack of information exacerbates the grief experienced by the immediate family, who are further burdened by the unresolved circumstances surrounding Mr. Kadhengu's tragic demise. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number one, what is the status of investigations into the circumstances that led to the death of Mr. Benjamin Mwaniki Kadhengu in his house on 8th of January 2024? Number two, what measures has the Ministry of Interior and National Administration put in place to ensure that the family of the deceased gets justice following the murder of their kin? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Tongoyo, first week after recess. Thank you. Next is a response to a question or a statement by George Murugara about the mysterious death of Paris Kanini Mugera. Tongoyo, you have the response?
Yes, I have for two of them. One for Murugara and one for Honorable Kenan.
Start with Murugara's.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as guided, let me start by the statement asked by Mheshimiwa Murugara. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for the Raka constituency, Honorable George Murugara, has requested for a statement regarding the mysterious death of Ms. Paris Karimi Mugera of the Rakanithi County. Honorable Speaker, the member particularly sought to be informed, one, the status of investigation into the disappearance and mysterious death of Ms. Paris Karimi, including the identity of the killers and their motive. Steps that the government has taken to ensure that all the perpetrators of the disappearance and death of the said person are brought to books for prosecution. Action that the government has taken to ensure the Ms. Paris Karimi family is protected from threat by persons likely to be associated with the death, and the measures that the government has put in place to ensure the safety and the right of expression of all Kenyans, political bloggers, are protected. I state as follows, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Paris, who is aged 38 years and a mother of two, left her home on 29 February 2024 about 1 p.m. and did not return back. Subsequently, her daughter, Shavi Mukami, aged 15 years, reported their disappearance at Chuka Police Station on 4th at around 10:30 a.m. via OB number 36 43-2024. Preliminary investigation indicated that our phone was switched off on 29 February. The signal was last traced on 1st May 2024 at around 1 a.m. at a place called The Fathers toward Nairobi from Embu. Unfortunately, on 1st March 2024, a body was discovered along Makutano Sagana Highway, Kirinyaga County, and a report made at Kiamashiri Police Station by a member of public via OB number 313224 at around 10:30 a.m. The body was collected by Kiamashiri police officers and moved to Kirugara Referral Hospital mortuary. The relative posteriorly identified the body on 8th, and the same recorded at Chuka Police Station via OB number 43-83224 at around 15:10. The postmortem was conducted on 14th at the Kirgoya Referral Hospital County, and the cause of death was indicated to be due to the severe head injury. Further samples were collected from the body for toxicological analysis, whose results are still pending. Investigations are still ongoing with the aim of not only identifying our killers, but also bringing them to books to face the law. The motive of the killing is also yet to be known. Honorable Speaker, her non-cell phone contacts are being analyzed, and several statements are so far been recorded from our known friends and the last person who saw her live. The statements are being analyzed with a view of getting to identify and prosecute perpetrators. Honorable Speaker, the investigation process is a joint coordination of the National Police Service and the family members whom the service has worked with closely since the time her disappearance was reported. So far, no threat has been reported through any mode that is directed to any of the family members. Honorable Speaker, the right of expression of all Kenyans is guaranteed as provided for in the Constitution without discrimination of any nature, regardless of political, social, economic, or any other status. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by Honorable Kidhuri Kindiki, CS for Interior and National Administration.
Honorable Murugara, I believe you have heard the response.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have had a glimpse and I've also listened to the response. The only issue that remains outstanding are the timelines. The telephonic contacts of the last persons to have been with Paris were or are being analyzed, but there has to be a speed up because there is a lot of anxiety to the family in the county, and everybody is concerned that this poor lady just died a miserable death, and those who killed her are walking around scot-free. So I require a little bit guidelines on what timelines we have.
Tongoyo, mutawashika lini?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really appreciate his concern, but we should also appreciate that majority of these deaths are complex in nature, and our investigative officers need a little bit of time to get deeper into the real cause of all these problems. But I can assure the member and the family and the rest of Kenyans that our officers are really up to the task, and they can able to get to know what really the killers of this innocent lady. Just asking a little bit of patience as our officers carry their duty.
He's talking of timelines, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Yeah, I'm saying it's hard for me, Mr. Speaker, to really say that in certainty, taking into account the complicity of this. But the forensic investigators are taking samples. I've actually even discussed with the member, but I will still do my best to try to speed up the investigation.
Okay. Next, you again, in response to a request by Adan Kainan regarding the disappearance of Mr. Omar Mohammed Noor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once again, on the issue of the question being asked by Honorable Speaker Adan Kainan, I state as follows. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Eldas constituency, Honorable Adan Kainan, has requested, straight to the, yes, sorry. So the member for Eldas constituency has requested for a statement regarding the disappearance of Omar. I want to state as follows. Honorable Speaker, on 30th March, at around 9:22 hours, Mr. Hamad Omar, a resident of Wajir County, reported the disappearance of his father, Mr. Omar Mohammed, at Marsabit Police Station, vid OB number 13-30-0324. Omar, age 65 years, is a resident of Eldas Sub-County, Wajir County. He left home on 25th March 2024 in search of his missing camel that had been seen in Shur location in Marsabit North Sub-County. He was later seen in Shur location where he was picked by a white Land Cruiser, and his phone has since been switched off. His general description when he went missing is of brown complexion, with no beard and clean-shaven head, without a headdress, and was wearing a white kanzu on the material date. The case is pending under investigation. Honorable Speaker, the following measures have been put in place to trace the whereabouts of Omar. Circulation details of the missing person, obtaining information from members of the public and analyzing it for the purposes of investigation, conducting physical, detailed search and tracing at the place was last seen. Honorable Speaker, the following measures have been put in place, among others, in order to ensure the safety not only of the business people, but the citizenry in general. Enhanced deployment of police officers across the country, sharing information regarding the missing person with the members of the public, enhancing the capacity of the police officers to deal with the contemporary crimes, and of course even organized ones, the presence of specialized units, e.g. the JSU, DCI, GRU, working in partnership with the members of the public to effectively manage crimes, and the member can of course confirm the quite formed up unit in that area. The plan decisive operations, mapping out of emerging hotspot areas, enhancing of coordination, command and control of multi-agency security teams, deployment of specialized equipment and motor vehicles to security agencies, engagement of opinion leaders in the communities, recruitment, training and deployment of NPR, enhanced community policing programs, sustaining high-level political engagement, ensuring the use of alternative dispute resolution mechanism, the fast-tracking the appointment and deployment of administrative officers to still fill the vacant administrative unit, fast-tracking and enhancing implementation of socio-economical program. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by Kinduri Kindiki, the CS Interior. Mr. Speaker, maybe I'll let the member. I want to say, of course, we have been having a lot of cases of missing persons in the last several months, and I'm sure a majority of the members here can able to confirm that our police officers and officers have really tried and done their best to work around the clock to ensure that they do what they're supposed to do. But for this member, maybe the honorable member, I don't know, I haven't talked to him again, but lastly, like what happened in Tana River, there are quite a number, about 4 or so, who disappeared, went missing, but in the course of investigation and searching, they were found. And so I pray that even this one, our police officers keep searching, even the communities that the member is a senior member in that community can help the officers in tracing these missing persons.
Do you have any?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while really appreciating the response by the chair, I think most of the answers given are futuristic. This person has been missing from 30th March this year. Mr. Speaker has alluded to the fact that there are still many people who still go missing. The circumstances are different. This case was reported to the DCI office in Marsabit. They were given lead information. They are yet to apprehend any of the individuals, the other suspects who are named by the people with information. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Criminal Investigation Office in Marsabit has not been responsive on this particular issue, and therefore, as far as the public opinion in that particular region is concerned, there must be particular information that they are hiding actually from the public. So I want to ask the chairman, and I really understand the difficulties in responding, because it's just a messenger. He's giving information. That's why maybe he's giving information from the CS Internal Security to Parliament. I understand the limitations and the difficulties, but then this answer does not address anything at all. If anything, it is futuristic. It talks about training, KPR, filling vacancies of administrative. That is extremely good, and we require them. But under the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, this person is missing. No effort has been made other than reporting. The investigative office in that particular area is not responding. If anything, when you ask them a question, they say, we'll advise. We'll advise is not an answer. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude on this, disappearing, this government has taken a public position that the era of whatever they used to do, it used to happen, will end. I hope we'll not see the same happening through the back door in another name of missing persons. If really there are criminal elements, the law is very clear. Let them be arrested, let them be investigated, arrested, arraigned in court, prosecuted, jailed. And that is the procedure, and that's what our criminal justice system demands. But this issue that has been going on and which has been rampant in the pastoral community, like where you come from, Chairman, where we come from, it has been rampant. Very few things have changed. So can I request through the chair that you ask or you direct the Criminal Investigation Department in Marsabit to urgently follow the leads given by those with information and apprehend the accomplices who are known. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really agree with the senior member. And I'd said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the issue of security, and especially in this case of disappearing persons, and Kenyans can be of great help because they can able to help the police maybe to very important leads. So I agree, but I also challenge the honorable member, if by any chance you have got very important information that I think can help the police officers, you can as well able to present them forward.
Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to make a comment on this. Honorable Speaker, I was in this House when the two questions were raised by the Honorable Murugara and the one by the Honorable Kainan. And as much as we appreciate the answer that has been brought by the chair, and as much as we appreciate that he is also reading from the Cabinet Secretary, I think, Honorable Speaker, it is of concern to this House to know whether our police officers are properly equipped to identify, to find information, to identify these culprits. For example, in the first one, he was able to tell us where the signal of the phone was last seen. On the second one, we do not hear anything like that. Honorable Speaker, we do not hear here in this House anyone talking about making use of DNA because it is happening in other jurisdictions. If someone killed and the corpse is there, do our police officers, Mr. Speaker, have the ability to make use of technology that is being used in other countries? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And is there anything, Honorable Speaker, that this committee can do to ensure that our police officers are properly equipped such that they are able to follow crime like it happens in other countries? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Zamzam, you want to also hang on this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi pia niweze kutoa mchango wangu na swala ambayo Mheshimiwa Kainan alileta. Mheshimiwa Spika, imekuwa ni donda sugu, kila wakati vijana wanapotea, hatujui wanapotea vipi. Mombasa tumepoteza watoto wengi sana, na kila tukienda kufuatilia mambo ya uchunguzi hatujapata njia mwafaka, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kawaida huwa wakija kuwachukua hawa, Mheshimiwa Spika, huwa wanajitambulisha kama maofisa wa serikali. Lakini wakati ambapo tunaanza kufuatilia tujue hawa watoto wako wapi, kila mmoja anakwepa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kama wazazi na viongozi ndani ya North Eastern na hasa mkoa wa Pwani, tuna wasiwasi sana vijana wetu wakipotezwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo ningependa kumwelezea Mheshimiwa pamoja na waziri, mkae muangalie mambo haya, ni mambo ambayo yanatamausha sana. Ikiwa hata kama kuna mtu amekosea, basi sisi tunaomba vyombo vya usalama hata wakimshika wampeleke kotini afanye kesi, ikiwa ana hatia afungwe, sisi tunaridhia. Lakini watoto kupotezwa hivi, Mheshimiwa Spika, imetuuma sana, na mimi naomba jambo hili lifuatiliwe kwa kina. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
You will address those concerns.
Yeah, I really actually, Honorable Speaker, understand the feeling and the concern of members, because we all affected. It's not only happening in Honorable Kainan area, it's happening across. But what I want to assure the public and members, our police officers, especially investigative agencies, are well equipped. We have put up a very forensic lab where DNA and other kind of testings are undertaken. It's a state of art. So I want to give that assurance. Even any member can able to, maybe if you have a chance, visit. Our officers are well equipped, and they have the modern technology to carry the investigation. And I just still challenge all of us. Security starts with me and you. In such a situation, let's take our responsibility as leaders and as citizens so that we can able to help our police officers in such situations.
Next, Chairman, Environment, Forestry and Mining. Is the chairman here? Owen, who is the chairman for
Kangogo Bowen is the
Environment?
chairman.
I thought Kangogo is chairman for water.
Oh, sorry.
Who is the chairman?
Kari.
Are you standing in for him?
I'm standing for him, yeah.
You have the statement?
Yes.
Is Lekuton in the house? Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary has noted that climate change is here with us and the impact is poised to worsen. Africa is identified as one of the most vulnerable continents to climate change due to the frequent intensity and extreme weather events such as droughts and floods, and other pre-existing vulnerabilities such as high level of poverty and the significant ongoing physical challenges. Kenya is highly vulnerable to climate change. Climate change poses a particularly large threat to the Kenyan economy due to the two factors. One, its dependency on natural resources such as water for energy and food, and two, the country's exposure to climate-sensitive sectors, including agriculture, tourism, wildlife, among others. Further, the repeating patterns of floods and droughts in the country have had devastating socioeconomic impact and high economic cost. The Cabinet Secretary provided the legal and policy frameworks whose goals are to promote climate-resilient development through pursuing several objectives, including providing an effective and efficient institutional framework for mainstreaming climate change, reducing vulnerability, and catalyzing the transition to climate-resilient development, incentivizing private sector involvement, and providing a framework for resource mobilization of adaptation. These frameworks include: 1, the National Climate Change Response Strategy 2010, 2, the National Policy for the Sustainable Development of Northern Kenya and Arid Lands 2012, 3, National Climate Change Action Plan 2013 to 2017, 2018 to 2022, and 2023 to 2027, 4, Adaptation Plan 2015 to 2030, 5, Second National Communication to the UNFCCC 2015, 6, Climate Change Act 2016, 7, the National Drought Management Authority Act 2016, 8, Climate Risk Management Framework 2017, 9, Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy 2017 to 2026, 10, Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Implementation Framework Program 2018 to 2027, 11, National Climate Change Framework Policy 2018, 12, National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2019 to 2030, 13, National Determined Contribution 2020, and 14, Guidance on Climate-Related Risk Management 2021. The Cabinet Secretary noted that the Ministry, through engagement with development partners, is implementing several projects and programs that targets to build the resilience of communities and the ecosystem, as well as reducing greenhouse gases emission. Some of these projects and programs include: 1, the ecosystem restoration towards the 15 billion tree growing program. This program, Mr. Speaker, will help the country to sequester the carbon dioxide as well as enhance the ecosystem that are critical for community resilience. 2, financing locally led climate action, which is building the resilience of the communities in 45 out of the 47 counties. And 3, strengthening the drought resilience among smallholders, farmers, and pastoralists in the IGAD region, which is supporting resilient building in Samburu and Kitui counties as pilot programs, among others. The Cabinet Secretary further submitted that, in collaboration with other ministries, departments, and agencies, the ministry has been supporting all sectors to mainstream climate action in section plan. The following are climate projects under the State Department for Livestock. One of it is the de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement for pastoralist economies, otherwise known as DRIVE. This project is a 5-year regional project covering 4 countries, namely Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia. This is being jointly funded by participating countries and the World Bank Group. The next one is the 20 program, which is towards ending drought emergencies. Ecosystem-based adaptation in Kenya arid and semi-arid rangelands. This, Mr. Speaker, is a 5-year green climate fund that started in the year 2019. The project is implemented by the government of Kenya through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, through the State Department of Livestock Development, the National Drought Management Authority, NDMA, and the Conservation International, CI. The main beneficiaries are pastoralists in 11 of the semi-arid counties, and these counties are Garissa, Tana River, Isiolo, Marsabit, Samburu, Kajiado, Kitui, Makueni, Tharaka Nithi, Meru, and Taita Taveta. The total project cost is US $34.4 million. Another project is the livelihood regional.
You summarize?
Okay, thank you. The other project is the Regional Pastoral Livestock Project. This one is actually funded through the Ministry of Agriculture livestock and fisheries, and is spearheaded, funded by the World Bank. This project is done in selected counties and improve the capacity of the selected counties. This project will therefore also meet to the semi-arid lands. The second last one, the following are also other projects that are done through the NDMA. I've already mentioned the 20 program, which is also implemented jointly with the Livestock Ministry, and then the Dryland Climate Action for Community Drought Resilience, DCARR. This project is aimed at improving livelihoods and climate adaptation in the arid lands, and it started January 2023. The last one is the National Drought Emergency Fund, has been set up and operationalized as a government instrument for financing drought risk management. The government has so far pumped in 555 million for the year 2022-23. The government put in 325 million. For the year 21-22, the government pumped in 200 million. And for the year 23-24, the government has already pumped in 20 million Kenya shillings. And in these monies that have gone to these areas, 50% has gone to the sector of drought preparedness and resilience, 40% has gone to the drought response activities, and 5% for drought recovery, and 3% is assigned for administrative costs. Mr. Speaker, the other one is the State Department for Water.
You've said finally twice, Lotte.
I'm actually on the last one, the very last reading, item number 10. The government has done, through the Ministry of Water, 5 major water projects in the areas that are in concern. The first one is Chemosusu Dam in Baringo County, Yemo Dam in Maralal, groundwater mapping program, and the sustainable development of Lake Turkana and its river basin. Mr. Speaker, that is what the government has done. In total, the government has pumped 474,267,000 for the orphan and vulnerable children, elder person, and person with severe disability in 15 ASAL counties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Signed by the Minister Soipan Tuya.
Lekuton, is that okay? Give Lekuton.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for a very detailed answer, and as a matter of fact, very informative. However, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to understand better the issue of climate change and the pastoralist people. Mr. Speaker, for the last few years, maybe 10, 15 years, there have been policies that target the pastoralists for various livelihood changes because of the loss of their livestock. So, and we've seen, being a pastoralist myself, we have not seen much change on any of those programs. So my question is, or excuse me, my supplementary question is, based on the answer on page 4 of Ministers, actually it's in the body of the paper, based on that answer, and the one, if I refresh them, it's about 20. It's towards ending drought emergencies, ecosystem-based adaptation in Kenya's arid and semi-arid lands. Mr. Speaker, this program was started 2019, and it should be ending 2024. So, and as I said before, we are very skeptical of these climate change resilience programs. So I'd like to ask the representative of the minister, based on that information, and you say that you are doing issues on successful ecosystem projects in 2019 to 2024, and in every study, Mr. Speaker, people study a midterm review of every project they do. So based on this, can you tell this House just one case study of a successful or near completion successful ecosystem projects that's been done within the pastoralist communities?
Yes, Lotte, can you give one?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the 20 program, we have categorically stated, the minister has categorically stated that a total of $34.5 million has been spent on the following counties. And these counties are mentioned. The counties are, I repeat, Garissa, Tana River, Isiolo, Marsabit, Samburu, Kajiado, Kitui, Makueni, Tharaka Nithi, Meru, and Taita Taveta. Mr. Speaker, because of the volumes of those documentation, I will beg that that one of those case studies can be presented to the member for purposes of his question. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Turkana South, Ariko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for according me this second opportunity to read this statement. Honorable Speaker,
I apologize to the House for not being here when I called it out. I had called this
I
statement
apologize,
earlier.
Honorable Speaker, for being late to
When you have
respond to this
statements, you
statement.
must be the House on good time. I'm just accommodating you out of...
Thank
Okay.
you, Honorable Speaker. I
Go ahead,
apologize.
Ariko.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 442C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the abduction of one Mr. Sami Ektala of ID number 32872871 at Cherina's Hotel in Turkana Central by known persons. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Sami Ektala, a constituency manager for Turkana South constituency, an office funded by funds appropriated by Parliament, was reported missing on 29 April 2024 under OB number 02/30/4/24 at Lodwar Police Station. Mr. Sami Ektala was abducted at the parking lot by known persons when he was on his way out of the hotel. During his abduction, 3 persons who were in his company sustained injuries and are being attended to at the Lodwar County Referral Hospital. Further, valuables of unknown amount were also lost in the process. Efforts by his family to establish his whereabouts have borne no fruit, subjecting his family to mental anguish and uncertainty regarding his well-being. Honorable Speaker, the Turkana County Governor has been making public utterances at public gatherings, posing insecurity to people with divergent political views. This intolerant political warfare has not been befitting attention by the Turkana security authorities, and no efforts have been made to have the governor record statements over his utterances. Insecurity incidences have been recurring in Lodwar Town, parts of Turkana South and Loima constituency, with minimal action being taken against perpetrators. During Tobonglore Cultural Festival that was celebrated on 13th October 2023, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's convoy and Turkana South constituency coordinator were attacked. These attacks pose threats to my security and that of my family. Honorable Speaker, Article 29 of the Constitution provides for the right of every person to freedom and security. This includes the right not to be deprived of freedom without just cause and the right not to be detained without trial. It is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following questions. 1, what is the status of investigation into the abduction of Mr. Sami Ektala? 2, could the chairperson provide a status of investigation on previous attacks to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and Turkana South constituency coordinator who were attacked during Tobonglore Cultural Festival? 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that Mr. Sami Ektala is reunited with his family. 4, what measures has the government put in place to apprehend the perpetrators? 5, could the chairperson explain measures being put in place to ensure the safety and security of people living and working in Turkana South, particularly in light of recent incidences? And finally, Honorable Speaker, what is the status of my request for National Police Reservists to serve as my additional security? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Ariko. Chairman, Security. Majority Leader Owen, tell Tongoyo to bring a response first week after recess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thought he was here a few
guided.
minutes ago.
Yeah, but, well, I'm guided.
Okay, before we go to the next order, members, allow me to acknowledge, I hope they're still in the public gallery, Bishop Njiru Girls Kangeta from Igembe Central Meru, wametoka, and St. Mary's Socio Girls High School from Kimilili in Bungoma. Even if they have gone, we welcome them at the time they were here in the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order. Oh, sorry. Go back to order number 5. Call out order number 5 so that I give the majority leader an opportunity.
Order number 5, papers.
Owen Bayer.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, it's very important that we lay this paper because it has a time, it's time bound.
It's time bound, I'm aware.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April 30th, 2024. Budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 and medium term for the national government from the National Treasury, which include 1, financial year 2024-2025 program-based budget, 2, financial year 2024-2025 estimates for recurrent expenditure volumes 1 and 2, 3, financial year 2024-2025 estimates of development expenditure volume 1, 2, and 3, 4, list of projects for the financial year 2024-2025 and the medium term, 5, the budget summary for the fiscal year 2024-2025 and the supporting information. 6, estimates of revenue, grants, and loans of the Government of Kenya for the financial year 2024-2025. 7, annex of estimates of revenue and expenditure for state corporations of Government of Kenya for the financial year ending 30th June 2025. And 8, financial statements for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, with the laying of these papers, the budget cycle begins. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You, Ondo, is it about the same?
As a point, Honorable Speaker, just following up the order that we have on questions and statements. Sorry to take you back, but you are very fast before I could get. Honorable Speaker, we seem to have a backlog of questions directed to cabinet secretaries that they come to answer here. Personally, Honorable Speaker, I have got questions that came from the other session. I have resubmitted them, close to about 5 or so, to Ministry of Water, Public Service, Roads and Transport, and I think I can, basically those ones. Is it possible you could order or instruct the leader of majority party to ensure that when we resume after this, the long recess, that they prioritize those questions that have been pending for far too long? Honorable Speaker, we tried to put this to avoid putting departmental committee chairs under unnecessary scrutiny because they cannot answer rejoinder questions, because then if that's the case, we might have to go back to the old system of requesting statements and asking questions through the committees. Probably through then, we can have the ministers and the permanent secretary respond to the questions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It's noted. We'll do exactly as you have requested. Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Members, will you be upstanding?
Order, members. We are now in the Committee of the Whole for the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. I put the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause.
Continue.
Clause 4.
What's your point of order, Honorable Pai?
Point of order is that as we move, Honorable Speaker, we're not properly constituted as in terms of quorum. So I do not think, we don't have quorum, Honorable Speaker.
Order, members. Sergeant at arms, ring the bell for 10 minutes.
The quorum bell is currently on at the National Assembly. That quorum bell was necessitated by notification from the Deputy Leader of the Majority Party, Honorable Owen Baya, who notified the House when the Chair was ready to have the House consider Order number 12. And under Order number 12 is the Committee of the Whole on the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, a bill from the Senate, Bill number 9 of the year 2022 by the Chair, Departmental Committee on Matters Trade and Industry, as well as cooperatives, and the other bill that is scheduled for consideration under the Committee of the Whole is Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of the year 2024. The Chair has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell, and we await to see if indeed the House will raise the requisite quorum to commence with business under Order number 12. A look at this particular bill on the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill is an act of Parliament seeking to establish standard uniform procedures for matters licensing by the county government and for the connected purposes. Under this particular bill, when we look at further provisions and description under the bill, is that a person who holds a license for this administration of licensing schemes shall notify the respective licensing authority of any charge that occurs in licensing name, directorship, shareholding, address, or registered particulars within a period of 14 days before any change occurs. The other bill lined up for consideration this afternoon under the Committee of the Whole is the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. This is an amendment bill, bill number 10 of the year 2024. This bill is being sponsored by the leader of the majority party, as well as the leader of the minority party at the National Assembly. A look at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill is that this is an act of Parliament seeking to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for the connected purposes. A look at the memoranda of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill is that the principal object of this bill is to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act of 2011 to ensure equal franchise amongst constituencies, as well as ensure the use of other non-population criteria consideration in the review of this, and this is in line with the principles of fair representation and equity, as well as equality of the vote. Clause 2 of the bill seeks to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act to provide for the definition of population quota. Section 3 seeks to amend the Principal Act to provide for delimitation of the constituencies and wards as an object of a Principal Act. Clause number 4 under the memorandums of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill is that Clause 4 of the bill seeks to amend Section 36 of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act of 2011 to ensure any variation of population quota is in line with the limits set out in Article 89, subsection 6 of the Constitution, and that reasons are given as well as published for such variations. This bill also seeks to ensure that the variation in population quota limits as set in the Constitution do not result in any demographic in matters to do with equality or discrimination of a constituency or a county. The bill on matters to do with the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill does not delegate legislative powers and does not limit any fundamental rights of freedom. An indication of whether the bill concerns county governments, the bill may affect the functions and powers of the county governments as set out in the 4th schedule of the Constitution as it relates to the delimitation of boundaries and is therefore a bill concerning counties. The Sergeant-at-Arms on televisions is currently taking notes of the members making their way into the chamber to see to it that the number has been attained, after which he will notify his counterparts in the chamber and subsequently have the chain formed if the House has raised the requisite quorum upon the expiry of the time that has been directed for the quorum bell to be rung this afternoon to necessitate the House consider 2 crucial bills under the Committee of the Whole, among them the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Bill number 9 of the year 2022 from the Senate, as well as the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, and this is National Assembly Bills number 10 of the year 2024 by the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party. After completion of order number 12 under the Committee of the Whole, where the 2 bills will be considered, that is if the House we raise the quorum. The House will then consider the statute laws miscellaneous amendment bills, National Assembly Bills number 67 of the year 2023 by the leader of the majority party, as well as the Land Laws Amendment Bill number 2, National Assembly Bills number 76 of the year 2023. Previously, at around 3 p.m., we had the Speaker guide the House in regards to the debate on matters to do with mitigation of floods in the country that is set to commence at around 6 p.m. or before 6 p.m. upon the conclusion of Order number 13. And Order number 13 pertains the resumption of debate on the statute laws miscellaneous amendment bill, Bill number 67 of the year 2023 by the leader of the majority party. Standing orders of the House, standing orders number 35 on matters a quorum. States that under subsection 35, subsection 2, if on the count under paragraph 1 on quorum does not appear to be present, the Speaker or the chairperson shall cause the division to be rung, and if no quorum is achieved at the expiry of the 10 minutes, then the Speaker shall adjourn the House until the next sitting when, without a question being put. As it is at the moment, we are at the Committee of the Whole, and under subsection 2B, if the House is in committee, the chair shall leave the chair and report to the Speaker, who shall adjourn the House until the next sitting without having the question to be put. Under subsection 3, on Order number 35 on matters quorum, during the House proceedings, when the Speaker or the chairperson, or the case may be, is engaged in the counting of the House or the committee respectively, the doors shall remain closed and unlocked, and no member shall be allowed to leave the chamber except a party whip, who may be permitted to raise the chamber to seek the members required to raise the quorum. Currently, we have that on. The quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over.
Madam Chair, the amendments to clause 4 of the bill. The first amendment is by renumbering the existing provisions as subclause 1, and B, by inserting the following new subclause immediately after subclause 1, that a licensing authority shall, in considering an application for a license to carry out business which is ordinarily regulated by a professional body, undertake due diligence to ascertain whether the applicant is duly qualified and licensed under such business. The justification, Madam Chair, for that is that the committee proposed the amendment to introduce the aspect of consultation by the county governments, and this will ensure that no duplicity of roles or encroachment on the mandate of the Standards Board, which were with matters relating to the oversight of standards.
I therefore propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to support. You remember when we were in Senate, we had very many challenges in terms of just getting to know who is the right person to license and how, when one county has licensed, how do you ensure then this investor or a business, when they are transferring or transporting their businesses to another, are not again taxed, Chair? So I support.
Member for Madare.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I rise to support this provision. The House will note that the standards the need is established under statute, and therefore to avoid any conflict and arbitrariness by the county, the provision or the requirement for consultation is one that is within the law, and I support, Honorable Chair.
I therefore put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 4 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 5 of the bill be amended by inserting the following words, including making provisions to ease the application process for persons with disabilities immediately after the word license appearing in paragraph A. And the justification for that, Madam Chair, is that the proposed amendment to this clause is intended to ensure that an eased and simple license application process for persons living with disability.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Kindly indicate on the intervention if you're willing to speak on each of these amendments. Member for Madare, it was working. Okay. Member for Madare.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I wish to support this provision. This is an affirmative action measure, and affirmative action is one that is embedded in our Constitution. This is particularly extended to members of the persons with disabilities to ensure that ease of business is extended to them. During our public participation, this was brought out by most of the presenters. I support.
Honorable Nyamai.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to support the Chair. This is indeed a very good amendment because it is giving an opportunity to people living with disabilities so that they can also be encouraged, so that it is not difficult for them to acquire licenses. So I support.
Member for Seme, is it on this one?
And Chair, I really also basically, I just want to support. I think it's a good affirmative action.
Thank you. Member for Gishogo.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support the amendment, and this takes care of the disadvantaged groups, and especially the people with disability. And in all the public hearings that we had as a committee, it gained a lot of prominence, and it is well deserved. Thank you, Chair.
Looks unanimous. I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper. And the justification is that taking into consideration the views of the public, the amendment was proposed to include the county governments shall protect the rights of distributors, and the clause had only provided the rights of consumers, producers, suppliers, and service providers, leaving out distributors.
I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Mombasa, are you on this one?
No.
We are doing intervention for the specific clauses. Member for Funyula.
Chair, I support the amendments and want to draw the attention to my colleagues and the country as a whole that one of the most important aspects of this amendment is to try to deal with the double multiple taxation as you move goods from one county to another. And I want to draw members look at the order paper, page 489, specifically G, that ensures that we deal with that matter. Honorable Chair, when we went around for public participation, that complaint was always, it was unanimous. They felt that it was extremely unfair that we are transporting goods from Busia. When you get to Siaya County, you pay. You get to Kisumu County, you pay. You get to Kericho County, you pay. You get to Nakuru County, you pay. You get to Nairobi County, you pay. You get to Machakos, you pay, all the way to the coast. And that's why now the idea is to try to harmonize so that there's a uniform licensing procedure. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I therefore put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper, save for 1BA, where we're replacing the word director with chief officer, for the time being responsible for matters relating to revenue in the county government, or a representative appointed in writing who shall be the chairperson, and also B, the chief officer for the time being responsible for matters relating to the trade in the county governments, or a representative appointed in writing.
I therefore propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Madare.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In our many rounds of public participation, most of the presenters were of the view, and which this amendment speaks to, that the licensing regime or the power to issue licensing should not be vested in a single individual, and therefore should be a corporate responsibility, and the need therefore arose for us to be able to put the representation as listed in the proposed amendment. I support.
Member for Marakwet West.
Honorable Chair, I support this amendment to the extent that the Cabinet Secretary has been given powers to make regulations in respect to conduct and regulation of the licenses. Honorable Chair, this will grant uniformity to the matter of licensing in this country.
Member for Dagoretti North.
Chair, I support this, and also just to appreciate that, let's say, for example, in Nairobi, Chair, you find that we have the licensing liquor committee, and now this now comes to really sanitize and help them to understand that the licensing now will be done within this structure. Thank you, Chair.
I therefore put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. It has no amendments. I now put the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper, and the justification for that clause is that the amendment seeks to prescribe a timeline where an applicant is notified to provide any additional information requested by the licensing authority.
I therefore propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Madare.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The original text of clause 9 did not have a time limit within which information requested of an applicant was to be issued, and this would have given a loophole for the persons who are applying, and therefore perhaps deny them the opportunity to be properly considered for licensing. I therefore support.
Member for Funyula, is it on this one? Thank you. I therefore put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 9 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper, and the justification for that amendment is that it seeks to ensure the public receives sufficient and timely information on variation of license fees for purposes of decision making by the licensees.
I therefore propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the chair. I therefore put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 10 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper, and the justification for that is that the amendment seeks to provide the licensing authority, that the licensing authority shall, for purposes of public participation, place advertisement in an application in at least three publications or three areas that are specified as platforms in the bill.
I therefore propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Marakwet West.
Chair, under Article 35 of the Constitution, the freedom of information is a requirement under the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I have seen that they have added the official website and social media platform. So I support the amendment to the effect, the extent that they have put social media as one of the platforms in which advertisement is done.
Member for Funyula.
Chair, the amendment brings a very interesting case, and probably the county governments will need to move with speed to designate a public notice board at the county, ward, and village level. So each village must have a formal notice board where items, advertisement of this nature will be pasted. So you need to work very hard in your village to ensure there's a public space for a notice board. Indeed, that's the import of the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
I therefore put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 11 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 12 and 13.
No amendments. I propose the question that clauses 12 and 13 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 12 and 13 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper, and the justification for that amendment is that the amendment seeks to provide that a licensing authority may reject an application with reasons and ensure that the licensing authority does not issue a license unconditionally.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Madare, are you on this? No? Member for Funyula, are you on this? No. So I will now put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 14 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper. The justification for this is that the amendment seeks to provide for mode of communication on a decision by the licensing authority on an application of a license to be in writing. This will ensure that there is clear communication on any decisions made.
I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Kitui South.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, this is a very good amendment, I think it is important for the person who has made an application to be given the response in writing so that there is evidence that the matter was considered and it is either a yes or a no, but in writing. So I support.
Member for Madare. Your mic seems to be malfunctioning. Honorable Geshimo, you are out of order, totally. Honorable Member for Funyula. Hold on, Honorable Oluoch.
As he's still looking for his mic. Chair, the original bill that came from Senate had no mode of communication. So as the committee, having listened to the members of the public, it became necessary to include in writing. So the import of that, the consequential import of that when you are applying for a license, you must disclose a place where they can deliver the written response. You must disclose a postal address where a written response will be posted. It's going to have far more consequential advantage to this country that we can actually trace people so that we do not use fake people to apply for licenses, fake imposters. So it's a very good progressive amendment which we need to carry as a house.
Member for Gishogo. Hold on, Honorable Oluoch, I'll come to you.
His mic has also failed.
Finally find your microphone.
Thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Roach can approach the dispatch box. There used to be a microphone there, but on this matter, I support because it is removing the ambiguity that was there, because there must be a form of communication, and in writing makes it very clear so that people will not use any other form of communication that is not verifiable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member for Madare. You have a
Thank you. Finally,
you have a roving
mic.
microphone.
Thank you. Finally, I support this, Honorable Chair. It's very progressive, and Article 47 of the Constitution. Every person has a right to administrative action, and some of that, because Clause 15 speaks to a decision, and having this in writing would entitle the applicant to be able to approach either the board or the appellate forum to be able to challenge the decision. So it's a very progressive one. I support.
Dagoretti North, Honorable Elachi.
Chair, this is very, very important for Nairobi, because you find officers in the county, they will decide whether you can have a license or not have a license. Now, this one now enforces them to ensure if you are not giving anyone, Madam Chair, then you are able to reply in writing, and so I'll be able to know than the way they have been playing games. And this is one clause that now closes the gaps of giving money to county officers to get something. Thank you, Madam Chair. I support.
Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a very important clause, not only for this particular bill, and to make sure that county officers are put on toes and to answer to at times when they are supposed to, they even give verbal information. But by now, if you have not given a license, or you have given a license, put it in writing, and everything will be in order. Thank you, I support.
Thank you. I therefore put the question that Clause 15 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
No amendment. I propose the question that Clause 16 be part of the bill. I put the question that Clause 16 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I propose the question that Clause 17 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper, and the justification is that the amendment seeks to make provision concerning the duration and validity of a license. This is to cater for the needs of a short-term license as well as a long-term license, and ensuring that the licenses lapse on the anniversary of their issuance, as opposed to the current scenario where they lapse at the end of a financial year.
I therefore propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Madare.
I support this chair. A lot of the people who came before the committee complained that there is lack of uniformity and discrimination in the manner in which licenses lapse. If I apply for my license today, at the end of the financial year, it lapses, and I have 8 or 7 months as opposed to somebody who was at the beginning of the financial year. Therefore, I support.
Member for Funyula.
Chair, I just also want to echo what my colleagues have stated. Basically, the argument presented by the members of public that, that I can choose to start a business any time of the year. I'm not conditioned to start it in January or 1st July. So therefore, when I pay, that amount should cover for it ends on 31st December, have to pay again. So this is a good amendment that allows flexibility on when to decide when to start a business. I support.
For Mombasa.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, na mimi niweze kupigia upatu kwa sababu wanabiashara wengi wamekuwa wanaibiwa ule muda wa kuweza kufanya biashara yao baada ya kulipa leseni. Kwa hiyo hii itakuja kuweka safi kuwa wanaweza kulipa wakati wowote, lakini wakamaliza mwaka mzima na leseni yao kabla ya wakati wa kuisha imefika. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi najua watu wengi walikuwa waibiwa, na leo wanabiashara watakuwa na furaha sana tukifanya mabadiliko haya. Kwa hiyo mimi naunga mkono.
I therefore put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 17 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
No amendment. I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I propose that that amendment be dropped.
You are on record, so we will prosecute it as without amendment.
Yes.
I therefore propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. I now, before I put the question, honorable member for Madare. Okay, you have dropped your intervention. I now put the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper, save for some amendments. That is in clause 2, where the licensing authority shall issue a 14-day, so it's not 14 days, but 14-day notice to a license before cancelling a license under subsection 1A, B, D, and E. And also part 4, the committee established under subsection 3 shall comprise A, the county executive committee member for the time being responsible for matters relating to finance, B, the county executive committee member for the time being responsible for matters relating to trade, and C, 2 representatives from the respective county chamber of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, D, the county commissioner, and E, the county attorney. The justification for that amendment, Madam Chair, is that this amendment seeks to give additional grounds for the cancellation of a license and obligates the county governments to establish review committees with mandate of reviewing cancelled licenses. This is to protect traders from abuse of powers by the licensed authorities, and also it seeks to entrench fair administrative action procedures in accordance with Article 47 of the Constitution. In this regard, the amendment provides that the licensing authority shall issue 14 days notice to a license before cancelling a license under the section.
Therefore, propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is actually to stop arbitrary decisions made by county officers. It also gives room, and this is a constitutional requirement, that any individual where the license is not issued, you have to give time so that they can actually either appeal or not appeal, or reasons for objections, and in so doing actually allow the applicant actually a constitutional right to actually do his work as a citizen of this country. I support.
Member for Rishugu.
Chair, thank you. The import of this amendment is two-pronged. One, the reasons for cancellations were not exhaustive, so we are providing two other reasons why a license can be cancelled. Then, the other amendment is to provide for the committee for review. The initial or the original bill did not provide for a committee. It only provided for review without giving any or providing any committee for that review. And that is why we have all the members or the public and us as a committee have provided that review committee, which mainly comprises of people at the county level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member for Madare.
I support this provision, Honorable Chair, and again, this speaks to the question of access to, the right at administrative action under Article 47 of the Constitution. And this also speaks to the reason why the previous article was also deleted, the one for variation. I think this will give an opportunity for people who are aggrieved time, and 14 days was deemed to be reasonable so that they may be able to ventilate by way of appeal. I support.
Thank you. Member for Dagoretti North.
Chair, I support, and more importantly, the team that has been selected here. It's a team that is very neutral, that will never be biased in terms of now why you have been cancelled or why you need a review. And so this is going to sort out all the challenges every county has been facing, especially when a license is just cancelled abruptly. I support.
Member for Seme.
Chair, I support this. For all the reasons that I said, what's really important is this will stop rent seeking. If you give cancellation to just individuals and no clear reasons are set and just one person, that is a recipe for very serious rent seeking. And I think this protects the business person and also reduces the risk on the rate of rent seeking. I support.
I therefore put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 20 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 21, 22, and 23.
No amendments. I propose the question that clauses 21, 22, and 23 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 21, 22, and 23 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I move as per the order paper safe for further amendments on AE, where we are proposing amendment to read interests of vulnerable groups, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And 2A, pursuant to Article 2095 of the Constitution, the Council of Governors shall, within 6 months of the commencement of this Act, establish strategies and guidelines for harmonization of the license regulations and progressive development there. The justification for these amendments that they aim at easing the cost of doing business by avoiding multiplicity of issuance of licenses as well as imposition of multiple fees for goods in transit across various counties, hence promoting economic activities across boundaries, pursuant to Article 2095 of the Constitution. And the provision also empowers the Council of Governors to establish guidelines and strategies for the harmonization of license regulations, procedures, requirements, and fee structures in order to ensure freedom of transit of goods and provision of services across various counties. For instance, charges for goods in transit may be applicable at the county of origin and county of destination. Thank you.
I therefore propose a question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Funyula.
Chair, the beauty about legislation is that we keep on improving the law. And there are two very important issues that needs to come out very clear. Yes, the bill is about uniform licensing. So we want to dissuade people to believe the license paid for a particular business in Busia will be the same that will be paid for a license in Mandera. And that's why we are saying in deciding how much to charge, we must look at the nature and scope of the licensed activity, because the volume could be different in Nairobi compared, for example, to Wajir. We must look at economic considerations. The economy of Nairobi is far higher than the economy of Kisii or Gilgil. Then we must look at administrative or regulatory costs. So we have listed all those issues. When you go to the second part, the issue of harmonization, it is one country. We're just having 7 physical counties, but we are one and undivided country. The only issue that we need to be very careful so that we don't get challenged in any court of law is to ensure the Council of Governors is a legal entity established under the law, so that whatever regulations they make, whatever harmonization guidelines they do, have got the force of law to avoid ambiguity as we move forward. In that, I support Honorable Chair.
Allow me to put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 24 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 25, 26, 27, and 28.
No amendments. I propose the question that clauses 25, 26, 27, and 28 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 25, 26, 27, and 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Mover.
Madam Chair, I beg to move as per the order paper, and the justification for that is that the amendment seeks to make it mandatory for the county assemblies to enact this legislation to give effect to the provisions of this act.
I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Magarini.
Thank you, Chair. This actually will make the officers concerned not to solicit some bribes, because it is indeed mandatory. If we use the word may, then it gives option, and it gives room for them to actually solicit from those that are looking for the licensing. Therefore, I support.
Member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The word shall, of course, connotes mandatory to some extent. But, Honorable Speaker, I differ with this amendment, because the legislative role by the County Assembly cannot be dictated by a statute. It is a requirement under the Constitution, and therefore it cannot be dictated through a legislation, unless I get further guidance on that.
Gishugu.
Chair, we are legislating for this law to be obeyed. And if we have to create a uniform licensing procedure in the entire country, then the county assemblies have no option. It is not upon their discretion whether to make laws or, the county assembly laws are, of course, subordinate to the statutes by this House. So they have no option. Had it been left, May would have given them that leeway, whether they may want to register or not. It's just like if a constitution commands this House to do something, then we may not have no option. The county assemblies must and shall register within the specified period.
Member for Madare.
Madam Chair, the reason why this provision was deemed necessary, remember that this Senate bill is a uniform licensing bill for counties, made by the National Assembly and the Senate. To be given effect, there is need for the county then to actualize it by way of legislation. So if you leave a lacuna where the county may or may not, then we have made a law that hangs, it amounts to nothing, Honorable Chair. So it was therefore deemed necessary, and people who participated in the public participation pointed this, and we agreed with them. I support.
Member for Funyula.
Chair, I must, I'm proud the young legislator, first-timer, has caught up very well, and he now understands the lawmaking process, and is always very keen to pick out very technical issues, and like quite a number of them who talk on generalities. Honorable Chair, the purpose of this particular bill is like an adoptive bill that counties adopt as a best practice. The need to change to make it shall is that they must domesticate it to the particular circumstances of the particular county. If we left as it was by the word may, they had no obligation to actually implement this bill. It will be left with no ground to be implemented in any particular county. That's why it is important. You understand it's important. It shall be mandatory. You must adopt or domesticate this particular bill. Thank you, and I'm sure he's now convinced.
Well said. I now put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 29 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover?
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move as per the order paper, and basically this particular clause is to give clarity as to which cabinet secretary is responsible for matters related to this particular bill, and in this case is a minister responsible for trade, and also to give clarity on the licensing authority. That is to mean the licensing boards to establish that is to be established by county governments. It is intended that once the boards are established, they will have full authority to undertake licensing at the county level.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I therefore put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Leader of majority, can you be on record on the next bill that was meant to come under this order?
independent. Honorable Speaker, I don't have what to say.
Honorable Baya, just to guide you a bit.
Yes.
Before we were informed informally though that this was stepped down to a later date, you can be on record on the IEBC.
Now that's what I want to say, Honorable
As
Speaker.
deferring.
Honorable Speaker, in conformance with the substantive leader, we want to step down this for the next available time so that we can proceed with the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission bill. But
Well said.
For the meantime, we stepped it down.
Okay, that is noted. So we'll conclude on this bill. Mover, kindly move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Therefore, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover. Honorable Chair. Proceed, Honorable Keitani.
I beg, Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, number 9 of 2022, and approved the same with amendments.
Chairperson, please approach the table, please.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. I also request Honorable Owen Bayer to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to support for agreement for the motion of the whole House. This is an important bill, Honorable Speaker, and moving forward, I think what we have done is actually try to bring order in county government procedures in terms of licensing, and therefore I support for agreement. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, instead of starting a new order, we are going to the adjournment motion. As you can see, we are just about 2 minutes to the time that had been allocated. So now we move to the adjournment motion. The Honorable Cherorot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take this time to Madam Speaker, the House was adjourned because of the issue that I raised concerning the floods in our country, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the 2024 March to May, we have had long rains, which it started sometimes in March, Madam Speaker, and it has been there for weeks. The country has experienced intense rainfall, which has led to loss of lives, loss of business, destruction of property, disruption of national activities, and also, just to mention a few, I know in most cases, Madam Speaker, we've also been affected in one way or the other. Honorable Speaker, the latest is the dam in Kichabe, in the area of Kamushiri village, where the country has also lost more than 70 citizens, with hundreds injured or hospitalized, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. This unfortunate incident
Out of order. Honorable Wamushomba.
Madam Speaker, allow me to inform my friend and my colleague, Honorable Cherorot, that the incident that happened at Maimahiu recently is not because of a dam. Because if you call it a dam and locate it in the map of Kenya, you may not be able to find a dam called Kijabi Dam. Thank you.
You could be right, Honorable Wamushomba, but that's not a point of order. It is a point of information.
Thank you.
Honorable Cherorot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for saving me from Honorable Wamushomba. This unfortunate incident has left a big gap in the grieving families and are also facing difficulties, Madam Speaker, especially when it comes to the basic needs. Their well-being and safety is at stake as they face extreme weather conditions and are vulnerable and also susceptible to diseases or are vulnerable to diseases, and more so the waterborne diseases and other illness, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, further to the foregoing, we have had also road network interruption, which has led to closing of roads, which are major highways and act as economic gear in the transportation of goods and services. Different parts of the country, Madam Speaker, risk price variations leading to uncontrolled demand as supply will be affected in one way or the other. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA, has since closed the Maimahiu Narok Road due to this, its impassability as caused by the aftermath of the old Kijabe dam, Madam Speaker. The continued extensive rains has also caused havoc. Other major roads which have been closed include the Murang'a-Keriaini Road, which connects Nyeri and Murang'a counties, Karisa to Madogo Highway, which serves as the major network for goods and transportation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a result of the excessive rains, the government, through the Ministry of Education, had also called off the reopening of schools due to safety of the learners and the risk of commuting to respective schools, as evidenced by the bad roads. Honorable Speaker, needless to say, some of the schools have been hit hard and are in bad state, and thus inhabitable by the learners. Honorable Speaker, more than 70% of Kenyans depend on their daily meals on the events and for happenings of day-to-day activities, and thus the continuous floods having disrupted normal activities in rendering them destitute and thus lacking food and other basic needs. This is also associated with the loss of business, trading activities, thus leading to a greater number of population to make a living in life-threatening moments has been difficult, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the aggravated loss of livelihood and business is irreparable and irredeemable and needs to be swiftly responded to. Honorable Madam Speaker, as Kenyans, we need to reflect on the much talked about climate change and its impact, whether short-term, immediate, or long-term. It's prudent, Madam Speaker, to appreciate that the current floods are not only hitting Kenya as a nation, but also the larger East African region, with Tanzania reporting also wide impacts on the same. In addition, the whole script of floods is also being reported in Middle East, China, and other parts of the world. As a country, Madam Speaker, we need to embrace policies put in place by the Conference of the Parties, COP, to the United Nations Climate Change Conference, UNFCCC. Honorable Madam Speaker, since the rains started as a nation, we have had over 50,000 citizens displaced, and the situation keeps on worsening as the rains are increasing day by day. The displaced citizens, Madam Speaker, are in dire needs of basic needs and are looking up to the government, well-wishers, and other stakeholders to come to their help. Honorable Speaker, this House is not exclusion. Honorable Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I urge this House, as we ventilate on this topical issue, to propose tangible measures on mitigating the effects of floods and to call for a coordinated approach in responding to such effects, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the wisdom of this House should also propose that the ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, do save some of their allocated budget and donate such resources to the victims of the floods, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Maybe to remind you, honorable members, each member on this motion being an adjournment motion will have 5 minutes, but I'll give Honorable Irene Mayaka a maximum of 10 because you had an identical motion and you'll take this chance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support this particular motion. And indeed, I did have a similar motion with my colleague because this is a matter that has really affected a lot of Kenyans. And Honorable Speaker, before I give my remarks towards this, I first want to pass my sincere condolences to all the Kenyans who have lost their lives and the families that have been affected because of the ongoing floods. And Honorable Speaker, this is one of those issues that I actually want to urge the government to declare it as a national disaster. And the reason why I say this is because this has not only cost lives, but it has also affected very major infrastructures in this country. One of the main roads that connects a lot of Kenyans around the country, Mahiu, has been closed. And we all know closure of that road means you literally are disconnecting the western part of Kenya, the Rift part of Kenya, and the Nyanza part of Kenya from Nairobi, so to speak. Honorable Speaker, this particular issue has affected especially children and mothers. We saw incidences of young children going to the rooftops of their houses because of feeling very helpless in terms of what they need to do. And Honorable Speaker, I know about 9 months ago, we did get reports that there's going to be an El Nino. But at that particular time, because the time when it was estimated to come through did not happen, I think we sort of took our feet off the gear in terms of disaster preparedness instead of being vigilant about these particular floods. And Honorable Speaker, even before we ask questions to the national government, I just want to find out from the county governments, because the PFM Act has given 2% of the funds allocated to county governments to be allocated for disaster management emergencies. And some of the counties that have been key in terms of being affected by this, like Nairobi County, Nakuru County, Marsabit, Narok, Murang'a, this means they have actually in excess of amounts that they can actually be able to help those who have been indisposed. Honorable Speaker, I've seen information today that the CS has asked people who are affected by the floods to move within 48 hours. But the question is, where are they moving to? By now, we should have rescue centers in these affected areas so that these people can actually be rescued to higher grounds. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that we always say is that when the waters are hungry, when the rivers, the waters want to reclaim their space, there is nothing you can do about it. And one of the things that we have done, because of our greed to have property in different places, is that we have people who have even built in riparian lands. So the waters don't have anywhere to go. And when they decide that they want to pass, they will pass where they want to pass. And you can do nothing about it. Honorable Speaker, I've heard people comparing and saying that, I mean, this is also happening in Dubai, it's happening in Australia, and so we shouldn't feel like Kenyans are not ready. But those are countries that have already put in place very quickly measures to ensure that they're rescuing their people. What are we doing as Kenyans? And Honorable Speaker, I will just invite all of us to look at, we are one of those countries that have the best policies when it comes to disaster management in this country, to just name a few. We have the National Policy for Disaster Management. We have the National Disaster Management and Authority Bill of 2019, which was further amended in 2021. We have the National Disaster Response Plan. So we do have the papers that are required to actually put in place measures to rescue this. But what do? We end up having knee-jerk reactions to issues all the time. People go into panic and start wondering, what do we do? And yet we have these papers that are just gathering dust that have actually put in place plans that are properly been laid down. Honorable Speaker, I saw today the President visiting the victims in Mahimahiu. But also, about 2 months ago, we had a similar situation where we lost very many people in Garissa. Nobody has gone to Garissa. Are we trying to say that Garissa is not part of Kenya? Why hasn't there been any national government senior officials visiting the people in Garissa to find out what is going there? And Honorable Speaker, I just want to say this, because we keep talking about issues, but what are the solutions? How have we prepared even the people who live around those areas to be able to know when a disaster like this happens, this is what you need to do? The other day, it was very sad when you are watching people hopping onto a lorry that was already driving very closely to a river, and they ended up losing their lives as a joke. Do we have people in place, the NGAOs, the police officers? They should be in some of those locations so that they tell people not to drive in those areas. Why are we having people going towards that direction where it's like they are inviting death and walking towards it? And yet, we should know better than that. And Honorable Speaker, because this is an issue that has invited a lot of attention from most members, I don't have to finish the 10 minutes to make my points. I think I've made my point. But what I want us to really do as a House is look for tangible solutions and also just push for this to be declared as a national disaster so that the necessary policy and regulations that follow through an issue that has been declared a national disaster can quickly take effect, and so that we can be able to ensure that we don't lose more lives. And finally, Honorable Speaker, we did hear the other knee-jerk reaction that was given on Sunday at 1 a.m. when children were told not to report to school. But my question is, what if these floods don't end on the 6th of May? So then what next? We need to hear from the CS of Education in terms of what is the plan. Are these children never going to go back to school if the floods continue? Or do you have alternative measures in place to make sure that you're also giving to parents and to the children who are not in school, because it's driving everyone into panic. And with those very few remarks, I support. I thank you.
Thank you. Member for Teso South, Honorable Mary Emase.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. From the onset, I also want to join my colleagues, send my condolences to the families of those who have lost their loved ones through the disaster that we've been witnessing in this country. Madam Speaker, it is a big concern. The situation we find ourselves in, I cannot say was not unforeseen. We knew the rains were coming, and then that begs the question, how prepared are we as a country to manage disaster? The level of preparedness is one thing. Honorable Speaker, I've been in this Nairobi long enough. Prior to the arrival of the rains, I used to witness serious works along our roads, cleaning of the trenches, the water drainage systems. And by the time the rains arrive, the water has its way. It's able to flow away. We've never witnessed the kind of floods that we've witnessed today. Whereas some incidences were unavoidable, could not have been prevented. But there are certain deaths that could have been avoided or prevented, Honorable Speaker. Today, you find even the kind of works that are being done on those roads are very shoddy. The waste is removed from the water drainage system from the trenches, and it is dumped right on top of the surface next to the drainage. So when the rains come, what happens? The waste is pushed back into the trench, and the systems are blocked. So we need to get serious. The county government, national government agencies that are concerned, they need to get serious. The lives that we have lost on riparian areas, it should never have happened. Why do they allow the citizens to build houses in those areas in the first place? Yet we have the laws that guide. So, Honorable Speaker, for me, I think I want to say that we just need to get serious as a country. We do not need to wait until disaster happens, then we start running up and down. We know that whenever it rains, we are going to have challenges in Budalangi, in Busia County. That River Nzoia is going to flood. It has happened before. We are not reinventing the wheel. So why don't we prepare to address that issue once and for all? Why don't we dig trenches to accommodate the huge volumes of water whenever there is a lot of rain, so that we prevent some of these disasters? So, Honorable Speaker, for me, I just want to say it is time that we put in place preventive measures as opposed to the opposite, what we are witnessing happening now across the country. In every area of this country, we are having a problem. Classrooms are collapsing. Madam Speaker, I just got a call right now, 2 classrooms have collapsed. I'm being asked, where are the children going to learn from in Omoloi Primary School? And many others. I have a section called Odria in my constituency. At this time, it becomes an island. People cannot even cross to the other side, because right at the border, the water bursts. So we have issues everywhere, though it is not in the same magnitude, but we have to get serious and put in place preventive mechanisms, put resources where they should be put, and address this issue. We cannot lose Kenyans during a drought because there is no food. Then we continue to lose Kenyans when it is raining. And this year is the worst. My condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones once again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, on the onset, let me take this opportunity to send my sincere condolences on behalf of people of Funyula constituency for those who have been affected by the floods, those who have lost loved ones, those who have lost lives, those who have lost property, those who have lost businesses, and those who have lost everything they could have lost in this particular case. It's a natural disaster, so to speak, and indeed, Honorable Speaker, is now the manifestation of climate change. Many times in this country, in many places in this country, we always thought climate change was a foreign idea, was a matter that had nothing to do with us. But now, Honorable Speaker, it is coming very devastatingly with very severe consequences. Honorable Speaker, where we come from, we always say, wherever the river used to pass, wherever there was some kind of a water path, it will never change. And indeed now, Honorable Speaker, you would find wherever, especially in Nairobi, the most devastation is those who have built on river courses and where there was water flows. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here today, there is a possibility with the technology and science, we can be able to predict the magnitude of the disasters. The landslide, Honorable Speaker, and the mud that has devastated Mai Mahiu and in Murang'a, with proper technology and with proper attention, we could have easily, Honorable Speaker, managed to identify. Honorable Speaker, in many places, for example, in the Dalang, my neighboring constituency, they have somehow a traditional way of detecting the possibility of floods. And that's why they have the community radios to communicate that a disaster is about to happen, the water flow is going to be much higher, so they take mitigation measures, Honorable Speaker. So I would also want to urge all communities, I want to urge the government, both national and county government, to invest in disaster detection so that we put into place mitigation measures to stop such kind, to minimize the damage. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here today, I have very interesting phenomenon in my constituency. In villages in Bumbe and villages Nasari, where because of the heavy deluge, or underground water is seeping in. As I stand here, Honorable Speaker, I have about 178 homesteads that have had to be vacated and they have had to look for alternative spaces for accommodation because the water seeped and literally made the houses impossible to live in. Compounds are waterlogged, they have nowhere to go. Because also I border Budalangi, which is naturally notorious for purposes of water, because of flooding, I have a village called Ruambwa that half of the homesteads are now submerged. And I want to say, as we always say, serikali saidia. And I can see the majority parties there, serikali saidia. So that our people do not have to continuously suffer. Here the government has got money for disaster, the county government has got money for disaster, so tunalia, serikali saidia. And Honorable Speaker, we need to start now putting into place. And I want to call upon the leaders who come from Nairobi here. Some of the flooding and the deaths that have occurred in Nairobi were easily avoidable. It is time the MPs who are here ask their governor to be accountable to the people of Nairobi. I'm also a resident of Nairobi, so they owe me a duty of care. Because I pay taxes, I do my things here in Nairobi, they owe me a duty of care to tell their governor, whose everybody's question is academic papers and ability to manage a city like Nairobi, to tell them him to shape up, or we the people of Nairobi will do the necessary. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Umulher Harun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very much pained by this situation of the floods because I come from Garissa. As much as I'm a nominated member of parliament, I represent the people of Garissa as well. And in November last year, Masinga Dam released the water, which carried away the road that connects Garissa Madogo. We lost lives. We also had the impact in terms of increase in the prices of the food. The Cabinet Secretary, one Kipchumba Murkomen, ignored the plight of Garissa people. He did not even bother to come to the scene. after 2 months is when we received Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and we thank him for that. If the Cabinet Secretary for Roads had acknowledged the challenge we had the last time, we would not have the same issue recurring today. 2 days ago, the road that now turned into a river, the residents were forced to cross using a boat, which ended up capsizing. It had carried 53 people. 25 of those 53 people have died. Incidentally, my Mahiu happened a day after. We have all seen how the executive and the national government has responded. So I ask, while I stand in this house, do Garissa people not matter? Because the president even showed up today. The media was also highlighting the people who've died, but nothing about Garissa was highlighted. And it pains me because as a young person, I keep asking myself this question: when will we stop seeing the strategic marginalization or ignoring the people of Garissa and Tana River, because they were also affected? The media refused to name them by name, so I will stand here to name them. Shuraim Daoud was in that boat. Mustafa Bashir was in that boat. Leila Guhad was in that boat. Ibrahim Badi, known as Abuja, was in that boat. Abdiqani Mahamoud was in that boat. Mariam Hassan was in that boat. Omar Dahir was in that boat. Osman Hilo and Yahya Dekho and other names that have not even received, because we don't even know who's missing. It is just 2 hours ago that Kenya Navy was deployed to go and look for the dead bodies. What are we going to do with dead bodies? And we are going to just move on. So I am asking for heads to roll. And I call on to Kipchumba Murkomen to resign from his position, because he has failed. He has failed. We have seen what has happened in other departments in his ministry, not just the roads. It has happened in the airports. It's happening across the country. Why is he still in office? Because he's not serving the interest of Kenyans. Or who does he respond to if not the public? It pains me as a young person while I stand on this floor, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I condole with the people across the country who've lost lives and whose crops have also been impacted, because the farmers of Garissa are also crying. I wonder what will be done. Are we just going to sit on and watch this as it happens? Because when I look at the allocation of budgets, still from the ministry, and even how this house has appropriated, I would want to know. 2 billion shillings, 1.6 billion shillings were put for other counties. But Garissa County only received 44 million shillings. Sorry, 100 million shillings. In the current allocation, we only have zero allocation. So I wonder what we are doing. Garissa and Mandera and Wajir are not receiving the budgets. I really, really want to understand what is happening in this house and what is happening in the Ministry of Transport, to understand if he actually cares about the people of Garissa. And I want to ask the President to visit his people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this very important motion that touches on the lives of every Kenyan. And as I support this, I want to pass my condolences to all the people who have lost their loved ones and who are still searching for the bodies of their loved ones, and also wish quick recovery to those who have been injured and in hospital, and also pray that there'll be no more damages to the citizens. Honorable Speaker, it is not the first time that we are facing this challenge. It has happened before, and we have no one to blame, because the issue of climate change is with us, and Mother Nature is taking its position, and we are the people who are now suffering because Kenya is experiencing this. Just the other day, we had a serious drought in most part of this country where we lost all our animals, and even some people lost their lives. Today, we are talking of a different thing. And that is why it is good for us as a nation to see how best we can deal with issue of disaster management. And as somebody said, it is not that we lack policy. We have all the policies we need in place. We even have all the funds we need in place because we always put aside some money for disaster. But because of mismanagement, misuse, corruption that has been known, and not only now, but even before, Kenyans have continued suffering. And that is why, as leaders who are responsible enough, we should say that every coin that has been put aside for anything, for disaster, for anything that happens in this country. You remember during the COVID-19, there are some Kenyans who became millionaires and billionaires as a result of that. Under any disaster, there are people who are eagerly waiting so that they can benefit. So it is high time for us to put measures in place so that we can reduce the corruption in our country and make sure that Kenyans benefit. Honorable Speaker, our government must work very hard so that we strengthen disaster risk governance to manage disaster. That is what we are lacking now. We have policies in place that are not implemented. We have funds that are misused. And I want to congratulate our president because he's very keen on any coin that is used in this country. We get rid of all the corrupt people and make sure that every coin that is there will be put into use. Investing in disaster risk reduction should be our target now because many people are saying after these heavy rains, we will also have another famine or drought that will affect us for the next many months. And Kenyans will still go back to where we were like 2 years ago. And it is quite ugly because every time it is like firefighting. You know, we are doing something that will not finish our problems, but just reduce the challenges that we are in. Again, Madam Speaker, enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response is something that we need to focus on because like now, next week or any time from now, we know that there'll be heavy rains. How prepared are we? Experience is a good teacher. We've already lost many people. As a country, we should make sure that no more life will be lost. We must make sure that every county government will be responsible enough at the grassroots level to save lives. And it is my prayer that even as a national government, we should be ready to respond effectively and also to save lives. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, it is my prayer that Kenyans will get out of this reactive way of doing things, but we will be able to prevent every problem that will come to us so that we save lives.
Honorable Elachi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support this adjournment motion as I give my condolences, Madam Speaker, to all Kenyans who have gone through this challenge, but more importantly, to the people of Mai Mahiu, to the people of Nairobi, Mathare, Ruaraka, those who are in the camps, Madam Speaker, and to appreciate the team that has been put in, Madam Speaker, the multi-sectoral agency team, that this is indeed, I will speak about Nairobi. And Madam Speaker, in Nairobi, what I will say is that we are facing a challenge, yes, in the floods, but also is a challenge that us as human beings, man-made challenge, we have decided just to have this. Madam Speaker, today, if ourselves in Nairobi did not interfere with drainages, did not interfere in throwing garbages in those drainages, maybe we would have salvaged and saved many people. But the waters, Madam Speaker, are also very high. And as you look at Mai Mahiu, And Madam Speaker, I looked at CNN when Larry Midoe was on ground giving news. And then I asked myself, it is right on CNN, but I could not see our people. Those are some of the things we must make sure as a country, whoever is there, that you must be there to give in that report as a Kenyan on local ground, than you, a Kenyan who is on ground, but the news is very international. And so, Madam Speaker, even as we prepare in all this, one of the things we must agree with the agency, and I'm still speaking of Nairobi, is that the rains will continue. We need to have a solution to see how, Madam Speaker, there will be resources we give our people, they leave the camps, they go and rent at higher places the way the government has said. Because us as Nairobi, I don't think we want to even see a camp. It doesn't help anyone. It brings a lot of emotions, Madam Speaker, and you'll find even other people now leaving their homes and going to stay in the camps. So for us, we are discouraging and telling the government, we just need resources. I have my list of the people who have been affected. Other people have lists. The chiefs have. We deal with our people. They go out and we close those camps. The other thing, Madam Speaker, all of us in this house, we must go back and assess the schools. Today, Madam Speaker, I believe in some of our schools, we don't have toilets anymore. They are full with water. Everything is out. Even children cannot go. Even as we say we are opening on 6, it will not help us, Madam Speaker, because some schools, I believe their situations are very tough. And even they are leaking. I went to Kilimani, I went to Kawangware, it's full of water. I believe if you go down on the ground as we go on recess, you'll realize many schools will need renovation, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we are pleading with the government to release the national NGCDF resources that are there so that members can be able also just to do what they can with the challenges they are going to face in school. In Nairobi, Madam Speaker, the APED schools, I doubt whether they'll be able to open because most of those schools were in, the infrastructure was not that stable. So with these rains, they have gone, Madam Speaker. And so for me, what I'm pleading with government and appreciating what the government has done, the Deputy President has done, but now to call upon that we need, and even to appreciate what the governor has done in Nairobi. He has done his best, yes. He has his challenges, yes. But now, right now, we are not talking about challenges, what he faces. We are saying he organizes a team, we be one team to assist our people, and then we will come and deal with the other mess. That is what we are pleading. And I know, even in the government agencies, we want one team. Coordinate the team. Don't go to Mahiu with so many things that are not available. So with those very few remarks, Madam Speaker, we support, but we say in the transport system, let us do it at night. Let us not travel at night, but daytime. For our children who have gone to school, let them be in school. Don't bring them back home because of holidays and all these things. I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion by the Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, yes, disaster has struck this country. It's a sad day for this country, a sad week indeed, and we've lost many lives, which we condole with the families of the victims, Honorable Speaker. And yes, we have this situation in the country, and this situation is unprecedented. It is not only unprecedented in this country, but it is also unprecedented in the whole of East Africa and other parts of the world. When I saw the planes swimming in water at Dubai airport, I was surprised. I thought that Dubai was one country which was really set for disaster preparedness. But we saw that. We saw what happened in Abu Dhabi. We saw what happened in other parts of the world, including France and all that. And Honorable Speaker, these are unprecedented times. The weather has changed. Climate change is real, Honorable Speaker. So I have heard voices that blame, especially in Nairobi here, where I'm also a resident, and the people pointing ugly fingers at the governor of Nairobi. I do not think really we are justified to do that. disaster preparedness or no preparedness, Honorable Speaker, we have a problem that is climate change driven, and that we must face it, all of us as Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, even some of the best roads that were built in this country have now been washed away. They were built even with harsh weather in mind, but here we saw even the expressway the other time, what had happened in the expressway because of excess rain. We saw excess rain at the coast, and we saw the damage that it caused. Honorable Speaker, what we need to do as the world is to find a global solution to climate change challenges. We need to look at what we can do as a globe to ensure that we are prepared for such adverse changes of the weather. Honorable Speaker, I have heard someone else say that, you see, this country has talked big on climate change. This country has done this, and yet we are faced with this situation. Honorable Speaker, I do not think today the climate changes that we have, there is any government that is adequately prepared for. Countries will continue to face these challenges. Countries will continue to have heavy rains. But ultimately, as a globe, we must come together. And I think the President of the Republic of Kenya was at the forefront to see that we shall have climate change issues in the world. And therefore, he rallied the whole of the world, the whole of Africa, to come together and discuss issues of climate change. Honorable Speaker, as a country, I think we are ahead of time in terms of climate change issues. As a country, we are ahead of time in terms of climate change issues. But we need to allow the whole of government approach. We need to allow ourselves to consolidate what we have to face what we have. Honorable Speaker, a lot has been damaged. The budget is coming to this House. Today, I laid the budget statements here today. The budget is coming to this House for discussion and approval. I want these members to stand by and say, we must allocate money to mitigate. But when it comes to that, Honorable Speaker, to where we are called to look at issues from that aspect, everybody will want to pull on their side. You know, there's a saying in Kiswahili that said, mwamba ngozi huvutia kwake. Mwamba ngoma huvutia kwake. Honorable Speaker, that is what will happen in this. But if all of us look at this situation, Honorable Speaker, and try to ensure that we have put money in the right places, then we will not have these challenges that we have today. So, Honorable Speaker, as budget comes, we have the disaster management law that is coming, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you use your cards. If you have a point of order, put the intervention.
Yes, Honorable Erin Mayaka, use your card. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, Honorable Speaker. We have to ensure that we have allocated enough resources.
Honorable Mayaka, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the senior member of parliament to mislead this House by telling us that money is going to be allocated, yet we know it was already allocated? Can you please give the House correct information, especially considering that he's a senior ranking member?
Honorable Owen, did you say money will be allocated or has been allocated?
I want to say this, Honorable Speaker. You know, I'm not one person that plans in hindsight. I'm looking at the next budget. And the next budget, money will be allocated by this House. Also to inform the Honorable Maya.
Even when I'm next to you, that's how I put it.
Members, you have only 5 minutes, and I said no extension, regardless. Next person will be Honorable Member for Mombasa, Honorable Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana kwa wakati huu adhimu na mimi niweze kuchangia mjadala huu wa mafuriko. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nataka kumkosoa mbunge wetu wa Kilifi South ama Mheshimiwa Owen Baya kusema kuwa pesa za disaster haziko tuenda kuallocate. Mheshimiwa Spika, tulipewa 6 bilioni 6 ambazo ni za disaster ambazo mpaka wa leo watu wanaumia Kenya na mafuriko na hizo pesa hazijatoka. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi naomba yule ambaye anahusika na wanajua, manake nikianza kutaja mtaniambia mimi kitunguu natoa harufu. Wacha ninyamaze. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kueleza hivi. Maji siku zote yanajua njia yake. Na mimi nataka niwaombe wa Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza niwape pole kwa wale ambao wamepoteza maisha yao. Ni uchungu kuona kina mama wamezama ndani ya matope, watoto wamezama ndani ya maji. Kile kisa cha Tana River, Mheshimiwa Spika, ile kisa pale Mai Mahiu, Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wengi wamepoteza maisha, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niseme hivi. Hapa Athi River, mimi niliona, sikuona mafuriko Athi River, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kile kitu ambacho nimekiona pale ni watu walienda wakajenga sehemu za maji, Mheshimiwa Spika, na maji siku zote yanajua mkondo wake, Mheshimiwa Spika. Maji yamekuja kuwatoa watu kwa nafasi yao, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hii nafasi ambayo watu wamejenga, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni nafasi ya mkondo wa maji. Na ndio maana sisi siku zote tunaambiwa kama Wakenya, hata kama unataka kununua sehemu ya kujenga, jaribu uangalie historia ya sehemu ile, Mheshimiwa Spika. Wakenya wanaangamia kwa sababu wanadanganywa. Zingine ithibati za mashamba zatoka kwa county government, zingine zimetoka national government, wameuzia watu sehemu ambayo ni mkondo wa maji, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nimeona mimi sehemu ambapo maji yamejaa mpaka kwenye dirisha. Mapicha yamezunguka, mapicha mengi, watu wakisema mafuriko. Lakini mimi leo nasema yale si mafuriko, ni maji imechukua sehemu yake, maji imekuja kuomba sehemu yake ilionyakuliwa, na maji imeingia katika sehemu yake, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ni sehemu chache tu ambazo nimeziona, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambapo barabara zetu hazikujengwa kwa uzuri kuweka ile drainage. Wamejenga barabara, na mimi hapa nataka nimwambie Mheshimiwa Murkomen, ingia, chapa kazi, angalia Kena, angalia Kura, angalia hao wanaojenga mabarabara, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata kule kwetu Nyali mabarabara yapitiki kwa sababu wamejenga barabara, hawakuweka sehemu ya kupitisha maji, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo haya maji yanapata njia ya kuenda sehemu za nyumba, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria ni msumeno, ukata mbele na nyuma. Na hata kama sisi tuko hapa kupigania Wakenya, Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima na sisi pia tuambiane ukweli, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kuna wakati nimemwona rais akiambia watu watoke sehemu ambazo ni sehemu za maji. Ukienda kujenga kwenye bonde, ukienda kujenga kwenye sehemu ambao maji yanapita, ukienda kujenga kando ya bahari, Mheshimiwa Spika, ile bahari itakuja ifurike iweze kubeba nyumba. Ile sehemu mimi nasema ilikuwa si sehemu ya yule alofinikwa nyumba, ilikuwa ni sehemu ya maji, na maji yamedai haki yake, maji yamerudi sehemu yake. Kwa hiyo mimi nawaomba Wakenya, mvua inapozidi kunyesha wakati huu, ondokeni muende sehemu ambazo ni salama. Ondokeni muangalie sehemu ambazo mweza kukaa na familia zenu, ikawa hamwezi kuathirika na mambo haya. Na maji yameanza sasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, maji yatazidi kuja kwa sababu nimeona mito mingi ambayo ilikuwa imekauka, Mheshimiwa Spika, ikafanywa barabara. Sasa ni maji yanarudi katika sehemu zile na hakuna tena barabara, tuaita ni mito, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi natoa rambirambi zangu za pole, na mimi nataka kumwambia yule ambaye ameshika bilioni 6 iko katika ofisi ya Deputy President, atoe hizi pesa ziweze kwenda kusaidia wananchi kule ambao wanahangaika. Hizi ni pesa nyingi sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nimshukuru Deputy President, pia nilimwona akizunguka kwa ndege akiangalia, lakini hizo pesa ziko wapi? Azitoe ziweze kusaidia wananchi. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thought I would not be able to speak. I'm a victim. The people of Suba South actually have lost 5 people. But let me begin by expressing my condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones, and pray to God to grant them eternal life and let the perpetual light shine upon them. And those who have been injured and are in hospital, we pray for their speedy relief and quick return to their normal lives. We in Nairobi here, the Suba community from Suba South, we lost a gentleman called Peter Otiende, who was swept by the floods in Lakisama. That is the son of Mzee Silas Otiende from Nyakia village. And back at home in Suba, I was there yesterday, in a place called Gotkombuto, a Mzee by the name Orutheyeye, the leader of Kisi community there, lost his wife, Alice Oruthe. And in a place called Nyabomo, we have a lady there, Benta Anyango Otieno, who lost 3 of her children, Calvins
Okanga, Florence Okanga, and Moses Okanga, and the husband was very badly injured, Silvanus Otieno Okanga, and we were able to evacuate him to get treatment in Kisii. In total, 21 people are in hospital in Suba South, and we lost so many homes. We lost crops, livestock. We lost a lot of infrastructure, power lines, roads, and so many schools have been cut off. In total, 244 people had their homes partially destroyed. 51 were completely destroyed. That is in Gotkombuto and Nyabomo. In Sindo Town, 940 homes were destroyed, of which 396 are completely destroyed. Honorable Speaker, I think the government should take immediate action and make special funds available. For us in Suba South, we've done a bit of work with Red Cross, World Vision, and the general administration there. We need over 3,000 iron sheets for reconstruction. We need food urgently. We need seeds. We need roadworks to remove the debris, and we need medical assistance. And what we have done there is to try and integrate all the affected with the normal families, their neighbors, instead of having them in rescue centers. And I want to thank those families that have agreed to accommodate the victims. But let me say this particular problem is not a natural disaster. What we have here is man-made disaster. And you don't have to be educated to see it. If you go around Nairobi and you go to the national park, which is the same as Kapiti Plains or Athi River or Kitengele Plains, there is rain there, but there are no floods because nothing is built there. Across outside, we've built on the water pathways, and that is why we're having a problem. If you go around Nairobi, people have built along the riparians of the rivers where they were not supposed to build. It's about poverty. I know it is difficult for people, but what is happening in Kenya at this particular time is not a natural disaster. Natural disaster is something that is sudden, that is contained within nature. What we are seeing is consequences of long-term poor leadership in this country. We've encouraged deforestation. We've not had competent leaders to manage our cities. We've not invested in proper education, telling our people what to do, have high sense of civic responsibility. That is what is happening in this country today. And we should not waste so much time blaming God or saying all sorts of prayers. Yeah? We should just get our act together as leaders and start doing the right thing. I think that is the most important thing. What we are having here is purely man-made disaster. I will save that time for other members to contribute. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion. And first of all, let me convey my condolences to the bereaved families, more specifically to the families in Kijabe, Maimayu, and Honorable Member for Naivasha, who has been moving up and down, really standing with her people. I want to also say that this has really affected all parts of this country. Madam Speaker, the whole nation, down from Kisumu, all the way to Turkana, all the way to the coast, all the way to Mount Kenya region, where we had the mudslides, and to the Tana Delta. Every part of this country has been affected by floods. Floods, Madam Speaker, is part of the natural phenomena. Disasters do happen. But the most important aspect of any disaster is management and risk mitigation. The weatherman, Madam Speaker, took us through 3-4 weeks of warnings, actually gave updates, which at times, I also want to say that the government, especially functionaries, did not do much to really listen to the weatherman. In fact, the weatherman gave warnings to the general public, to the farmers, to the traders, to the road users, that there is impending disaster, especially on the kind of rains we were expecting. However, I just want to point out that as much as the government has really done a lot, and I want to commend the President and the government, however, we really need to have the government officers, functionaries on the ground, especially on distribution of food, distribution of blankets, distribution of medicine, so to ensure that the risks as a result of flooding is actually mitigated, Madam Speaker. As we speak now, we have so many families across the country that do not have where to sleep. The roads have been cut. It actually needs to, we have a Marshall Plan, especially on how to bring roads to use. We need to have the military come over. The national highways needs to come over. How are we going to make sure that the roads linking various parts of the countries are linked together so that food distribution is taken over? Madam Speaker, we also need to have to really make sure that citizens don't cross flash waters and even flooded rivers. Instances where you see individuals crossing rivers with lorries thinking that they are heavy, I don't really want to see that the government needs to have a decree on how to stop this, and I would say almost suicidal behavior by citizens themselves. There are certain instances where certain issues need to have been avoided, but because of being careless, carefree, and I think I saw the CS Interior came out very strongly and actually asked citizens not to do that. The other issue which I want to really put it very clear is the issue of the disaster department or management in this country. It is actually wanting. Madam Speaker, all parts of the country, we really need to come up and say, what do we do to ensure that even those who have lost, the bereaved, and even the search teams, some of the search teams are actually done by locals, the NGOs, the Red Cross, even the individuals who are actually coming out to really volunteer. So I really want these floods should be a lesson to the government and to all of us that we really need to have a very strong disaster management department in government so that all those who are supposed to have, both in the county government and the national government, so that we don't remain crying year in, year out. 5 years, 10 years, we know very well that disaster will strike in one form or the other. Let us make sure that we have a very workable system on how to manage disasters in this country. I want to support, and I want to say that we really need to do that as a country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Githunguri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, first of all, to give my sincere condolences to the families that have been affected by the menace of the floods all over the country, and more particularly, those that were affected by the waters that affected the people of Maimahio, Munio village, Maige village, and Kijabi in totality. Madam Speaker, it is indeed very, very sad to note that the water that really ravaged the homes and properties of people around Maimahio is water that was meant to have been sorted by the Ministry of Transport and Communication. Why do I say so? It is because I've seen a lot of media stations report that that was a dam, while we know very well that was not a dam. It was actually water that was blocked by a railway tunnel or through a railway tunnel that could have actually been unblocked long time ago by the Ministry of Transport. So even as we speak about the errors of omission and commission, we must speak to the relevant ministries on their own errors of commission. Why didn't the Ministry of Transport avert the situation? Because that was not a natural dam. That was water that was blocked by trees and ravages from the rains. And if the ministry took its job seriously, we wouldn't have had that kind of a scenario. Madam Speaker, I am very, very happy to see the kind of response the government is now giving 2 days after this menace or this accident has happened. Where was our military and disciplined forces who in their own camps and their own barracks, we understand that they have specific forces that are trained on disaster management. Madam Speaker, in this country, it is very unfortunate that we do not give much weight to planning. we do not give much weight to what we call the disaster management cycle. In that cycle, Madam Speaker, before a disaster happened, we should have a planning team on preparedness, a planning team on mitigation measures, a planning team on recovery, a planning team on rescue and response. That is the cycle of disaster management. But in this country, we do not put weight on preparedness, on mitigation, on recovery. We only give money to response and rescue. We find ourselves getting into a cycle of repeated accidents, and we do not give a long-lasting solution. Madam Speaker, there are countries that have actually created a whole ministry of disaster management and response. Countries like Bangladesh, they have a whole pledged, budgeted for ministry for this kind of activity. Yet in Kenya, this is just a unit tucked somewhere under the Ministry of Interior. So when it comes to budgeting, in as much as we are talking about budget, we don't give much money to such kind of activities that really can determine the amount of people that can die or can be rescued. Madam Speaker, I am happy that I saw Mr. President today tour Mai Mahiu. And I am happy that the people of Mai Mahiu are very happy that the President himself and the Deputy President himself visited Mai Mahiu. But I was wondering as a mother, why didn't we see that kind of response in Embakasi when people were affected by fire? Why haven't we seen the same delegation go to Garissa? Yesterday I saw people of Garissa sleeping on the tarmac and nobody has gone to their rescue. Why are we doing selective rescue, selective response? Every Kenyan matter, every Kenyan life matters. Everybody should be treated equally with the same kind of importance put on their lives. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I send my sincere condolences to the affected families, and I hope and pray that we are going to engage our kazi kwa vijana to go back to our streets and clean those blockages so that we can avert many accidents that are on the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Unfortunately, our time is up. Honorable members, order members. Honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday in the morning, 2nd of May 2024 at 9:30 a.m.